By Michelle Constant. Just a few announcements before we begin. I have been talking about this quite a lot. This conference is being held in the city of Tshwane, Igniting Excellence. And the city of Tshwane Tourism really wants to host people who are at this 4th International Conference of the South African Cultural Observatory and show them the incredible beauty that there is in the city. They're really imploring you to sign up on the website. There's a special tab there. We'd love to go on the tour with you tomorrow. Also, just a reminder about the mixer by the British Council at the Javits Centre, which is the University of Pretoria, later on today. I'm just going to give it one more minute and I'm going to hand over to you, to Michelle. Thank you.
Meet Paula, a young black furniture designer from Cape Town. Paula has always dreamed of connecting his culture to his passion, design. He runs a small business, a successful furniture design micro-enterprise, and employs a few people, mostly women. Paula and his team are part of the cultural and creative industries. You may ask yourself, what are creative industries? Creative industries are businesses and organizations that have creativity at their heart. These include, but are not limited to, architecture, fashion, photography, film, music, gaming, design, heritage, and television.
what the creative industries look like in South Africa. So a mapping study is not really a policy document, it's something that feeds into policy. So if you can't measure something, you can't manage it, you can't design policies, you can't track the policies that you have put in place to see how well they've been doing. And around the COVID period, it was also really important to track what was happening to the creative industries and their recovery.
Kola and his team are part of a great creative force of 1 million creative workers. That is 6% of all South Africa's workforce. Together, they contributed 161 billion rand to the economy in 2020 alone, just under 3% of GDP. That is approximately the same size as the agriculture sector and just slightly smaller than the construction industry. But starting and managing a creative enterprise has not been easy for Kola.
It's important for the industry to understand what the impact of their work is for their own businesses, and also, to understand what impact they're actually making to society.
In 2016, Kola moved from the Eastern Cape to the Western Cape to fulfill his long-term dream of starting his very own furniture business. While he was in the Eastern Cape, he acquired skills and techniques to equip him with tools needed to start his business. The Eastern Cape accounts for 7.5% of South Africa's creative activity, while the Western Cape accounts for 12.4%, and Kola had dreams of expanding his horizons.
So there are three main things. The first one is the contribution to GDP, so that's like the money, the rands. The second one is the people who are employed in the sector, so how many jobs are we talking about, and what kind of jobs are there, and what's happening with transformation and gender balance and so on. And then the third thing is international trade. So what sort of volumes of trade are we seeing South Africa exporting to other countries? Where does it go? Where do our cultural goods and services go? And then what do we import from the rest of the world?
After setting up his business and a way to develop his market, Kola often sold his locally designed and produced furniture products at local weekend markets in Cape Town. As a budding entrepreneur, Kola noticed that his business was impacted by general economic trends. The creative economy is sensitive to ups and downs of the broader South African economy. It grows quickly when the economy rises, but drops very fast when the economy slows down. Kola is no different, as his stall at the market has done better and better, and he has grown his customer base. Kola has begun to employ more people to assist him with his work. He is among the many creatives in South Africa who have created more and more jobs in the creative sector, and who have increasingly traded South African creative work internationally. He has especially grown his customer base in Europe and America, South Africa's fast-growing markets, and is adding to the growing CCIs.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I trust that you're all well. They always say that this is a graveyard shift, so I'm going to zip it up a bit. So the first thing I want to ask all of you, and you all have a microphone, and I'd like to hear from one of you, what was the great piece of art or artistic experience that you've had in the last 2 weeks? We're here at a cultural conference, and I'd love to know what the great cultural experience was that you had in the last 2 weeks. I'm going to, and none of you can put up your hand. It does make me, great.
Yeah. I went to the V&A Museum in London, and there was the Africa Fashion and Design exhibition, which talks about looking and revisiting the history of fashion in Africa, how it has changed and how it continues to influence and to really capture the culture, the heritage, the innovation into the current industry that it is. It was such a beautiful exhibition, very powerful. I loved it.
And I do ask that because I think we sometimes forget when we attend events of this nature, actually what we are doing, Why are we here? What is the experience we've had recently that made us weep, that made us angry, that made us totally excited and in love? And that's what our world is about. So let's think about that even as we go into very different spaces. My name is Michelle Constant. I am a generalist and I wear a variety of hats. If it's not as a presenter on SAFM on the weekends, I am also the CEO of the American Chamber of Commerce. And with due respect, Johnny, this is the American Chamber of Commerce, so just to let you know. Now, we are talking about new models and financing and investment. And I'm going to shift off for a quick moment, if I may. So a few days ago, I had the opportunity to interview Wandile Sihlobo, who is the chief economist at the Agricultural Business Chamber of South Africa. He's an extraordinary man, and he wrote a book called Finding Common Ground, Land, Equity and Agriculture. What he was talking about was the fact that South Africa has improved on its Global Food Security Index. But, as he noted, while South Africa improved in 2022 on this index with food security, this, of course, is cold comfort for a family that is jobless and that has no access to food. It's indeed cold comfort for South Africa and many other countries. In South Africa, we have the other triple bottom line, and that is poverty, inequality, and, of course, unemployment. The index that he spoke about has 4 sub-indices. And there's one of them that I'm interested in as we talk today. There's food affordability, food availability, food quality and safety, and then importantly, there's sustainability and adaptation. Now, I raise it because I think that there's sub-indices that we could think about in this sector. In particular, how we look at sustainability and adaptation, reimagining the value and supply chain in a time of crisis. How do we address that very critical and real reset that Dr. Leslie Banks spoke about earlier this morning? And how do we do that with new models and modes of financing and investment? I want to throw a couple of things into the mix, and then I'm going to hand you over to our very esteemed and quite delightful guests. I have to say, I feel like I'm hosting a panel of people that I have huge respect for, but also that make me laugh and make me smile on a daily basis. So that's just brilliant. So these are the thoughts that I wanted to add to the mix. There's an academic called Duncan Austin. Some of you may know him. He has noted that sustainability is no longer a win-win or voluntary market-based strategy. They call it a VMB. It is no longer a win-win strategy. Now, win-win's been articulated, as he says, in a variety and a myriad ways. It's called doing well by doing good. It's called shared value. It's called ESG. It's called sustainability outperformance. But, as he notes, win-win takes time, and it takes a lot of time. And we no longer have time. He now says it's a race against time. In the time we have, what can we do? And I think we need to start thinking about that even with regards to the cultural sector and how it looks more broadly. This is a conversation about collaboration and partnership. We've heard it many a time in a lot of the conversations, certainly today, that I've attended. But it is one that talks to SDG 17, the Sustainable Development Goal 17. 17 is the last one. Oh, yeah, thank you. Which is partnership and is the plumb line that drops all the way through other goals. And that is one of the ways we need to think about partnership. So we are not simply a sector that operates on its own. If we go into collaboration and partnership, we can plumb line into any of the other sectors that we choose to be part of. Multi-sector, cross-sector partnerships are critical. Then there's perhaps a counterintuitive principle that I've been following and I find really, really intriguing. There is an argument against growth and scale. So it's growth and scale versus sustainability. And even perhaps it's the principles, counterintuitively, of degrowth, understanding the vertical versus the horizontal. and which space we want to be in. And looking at, and I know it was discussed yesterday, the ideas of circularity and cooperation. And finally, I'd like to say that a thought that I would really think was part of that mix would be the democratization of access. So it would be a democratization of access to markets, to networks, to capital, and critically, to data and measurement. We have to go data and measurement all the way if we are going to participate in the conversations, as Avril was saying to me earlier, about just transition, about climate change, and much, much more. We have to be in that conversation. So, with that in mind, I'd like to introduce our truly fabulous guests. They do represent in so many ways best practice as we like to see it. So Ms. Wakiuru Njuguna and Mr. George Gachara, you may know them. They've had a decade, 10 years of financing creative industries in East Africa. And this is a case study of the HIVA funding and financing experience. So the two of you are going to come up and rock our socks.
Thank you so much, Michelle. You've given me a really hard task to rock the room. I don't know how I'll be able to do that, but I'll do my best. So, like Michelle said, I'm Wakiuru Njuguna, and I'm the new managing partner at HIVA Fund. And HIVA Fund is a fund that's based in Nairobi, Kenya, that invests in creative businesses so far across 14 Eastern African countries. And I am joined by my colleague, George Gachara. He is one of the founding partners of HIVA Fund. And so our presentation will be a bit different because we're going to look at the journey of HIVA so far. And then I'm going to introduce and welcome George so that we can reflect on some questions that we have put together. So there are 4 key questions that we have put together to reflect on what we have learned so far since we started doing this in 2013. So I will start with just giving background of HIVA and how we got here, why we are here, and where we are going. So in 2013, in Nairobi, we embarked on a journey to carry out a feasibility study and to establish, among so many other things, the key challenges that the creative sector was facing. One of the things we realized is there was dwindling funds going towards the sector. By dwindling, I mean particularly grant funding was becoming lesser and lesser in the creative industries. We were seeing a lot of organizations that had played key roles in the sector closing down because there was no sustainability. They did not have money to keep the lights on. And so we were very interested in being able to explore how we could change things and how we could try and do our part to ensure that organizations stay in place and do the work they are doing for a longer period of time. So we held interviews, numerous interviews across East Africa, particularly in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. And this was particularly interviews with entrepreneurs, practitioners, people in policy, banks as well, just to understand what the issues were. And we were looking at people who are practicing in such diverse fields as fashion design, visual arts, crafts and handmade items, interior decor, performing arts, music, so across the range of creative industries. And then we were very, very privileged because we had so many wonderful stories. We had stories of hope and success, dreams about things that artists and creatives wanted to do, where they saw their work going, what they saw being able to contribute to the larger economy and in large GDP. We learned a lot about the environment in which creatives were practicing, and there were so many challenges that they were facing. And key among these challenges, the first thing we highlighted was that there wasn't enough funding, and I think even now we are still struggling with the question of funding. So there wasn't enough funding that was going towards the sector because there were, public subsidies. Private investments were not really looking at the sector in that way. And then there were numerous skill gaps that were existing. And then, when it comes to things like business management, technical skills, high costs of inputs because of things like high tax, materials, to produce and to make something were high, access to equipment. And so we had our work really, really cut out for us. And when we entered and envisioned a fund, we realized we couldn't just, set up a fund. We needed to look at it from a sort of like 360-degree approach and a more diverse approach where we would meet or try and meet the gaps that we had highlighted to be able to support the sector, not just when it comes to financing, but then also, research, being able to support research, supporting in business skill and upscaling, and then finally to be able to contribute towards the conversation around where the sector is going. And, having that data, like Michelle said, was really important for us to ensure that the conversation around creative economy and CCIs was being had in governments, in parliaments, and the only way to do that was to publish a lot of research. So while we were also aware, particularly in Kenya, that the sector was contributing to 10% of the GDP, we knew that a majority of the sector, and even from our interviews, was largely informal. There were many micro-enterprises. A lot of them were run by young women, young people and women. A lot of them were self-financed. And then the characteristics also included low market integration. So where someone is producing garments, how do they get those garments across the borders? How do they also sell, regionally and internationally? Additionally, we realized that there was an absence of public support in terms of policies. There was limited investment appetite. And so I'll give you some case studies of how we were looking at the sector. So, for example, a garment and fashion business that is predominantly producing school uniforms would have 3 business cycles in a year, conforming to the school calendars. So the popular and conventional term loan, which is how traditional financial institutions were financing the sector, we look at their monthly repayments and say, we're going to give you a loan and, we want you to pay back X amount for the next 2 years. However, the sector is very unique. And so we find that the cyclical nature of the sector does not conform to the traditional financial institution kind of notion around financing. Another example, a film company that is developing television series for, let's say, Mnet, it may have 1 business cycle every year. And that's because they have 1 major production that's going to run through the year. So when you want to finance, that particular setup in a conventional kind of way, it becomes difficult and it's rated as high risk. However, it's really not high risk, but then, depending on how you look at it. So these findings helped to inform the design and creation of HIVA. And we set up to primarily look at 4 main things. 1, there was a finance operation. Particularly for us was to be able to develop not only sourcing strategies where we were able to bring together and consolidate financing for the sector, but then also think about new models that were aligned to the nuances and the sector characteristics. And a major outcome for us would be that all our facilities did not require collateral. We're looking at the demographics of the sector. And so the question was, how do we capitalize on some assets like IP to be able to, on land, or to be able to support a business in the creative sector? The second thing was a research and knowledge operation. And this for us, like I said, would pioneer learning exercises and help us increase our understanding of very specific value chains and the kind of gaps they had, and how to now consolidate the financing component based on the learnings that we were making along the way. And then the third thing was farm-level support of operations. So to develop support for our businesses, we really needed to increase the levels of legal compliance, business efficacy, things like cash flow support, just things, basic things like having an entrepreneur or an enterprise start by registering their business or, register a business name. So we discovered that at the very early stage of the business's enterprise, non-financial support was extremely, extremely important. And you see the disconnect in the way that financial institutions were looking at the sector was they were not really looking at the non-financial component. So primarily for them, what was important was the returns, and for us, we decided to look at it in a more wholesome approach. So over the last 9 years, we have invested in close to 100 businesses and projects, and we have been able to mobilize 10 million USD in debt, equity, and grant financing. And then this has been towards 14 Eastern African countries. And so we are investing across the value chains, and we have also worked to ensure that we provide training and learning to more than 8,000 creative sector practitioners. And so based on this backdrop of our work over the years, we came up with some key questions to just reflect on our work and where we are going. And so I will introduce my colleague George to come and reflect on these questions with me. And the first question that we were reflecting on is around the influence of financing in the sector. So looking at the different components and the different types of financing that are available, there's grants, there's loans. In East Africa, there's a lot of mobile credit that's also accessible to businesses and enterprises. We also have equity. So George, I'd like you to help me reflect on this. What do you think is the influence of these models of financing, particularly towards creative industries in the continent?
Hi, I'll stand next to my boss. I know the photographs will look amazing.
We're also creating content, yeah?
What's interesting when we think about the influence of the different financial instruments that we've deployed over the last 10 years, we came to an ecosystem, at least an East African ecosystem, that was predominantly financed through grants. And this would come from cultural institutions such as the British Council, Goethe, Alliance Francaise, the Swedish, and all these partners that have become, that have underwritten culture and creative industries in the absence of public sector finance. And so we ask ourselves, what is the role of grants? A lot of people have debated the future of grant making, whether Europe will continue to underwrite culture and creative industries in Africa. And we think that the grant model in and of itself is critical to provide subsidies, to remove barriers, and to complement development. But is it sustainable? Can it be designed to align to the future of culture and creative industries? This has been our exploration. What we have found is whenever we raised $1 million in commercial credit, say from a commercial investor, we needed a mechanism to lower the cost, to pass concessionary benefits, and to make sure those that did not have the capacity to demonstrate investability were able to be underwritten by the grants component or the technical assistance component. So we still think that there is room for grant making, but it has to be intelligent, it has to de-risk commercial investment, and it has to create a pipeline for those so that there can be inclusion. Another model that we've become adept at is the debt model, and I know my colleague is the finance expert at HIVA and can say more about this. Traditionally, debt is the lifeline for any enterprise or business, whether it's a family-owned business, a private business, or the big companies that get syndicated debt from the stock exchange or commercial markets. But debt for us has to be aligned to our business cycles, has to be aligned to our growth levels, has to be aligned to the indebtedness of our entrepreneurs. Because cultural entrepreneurs are self-financed, as we realized, and they most likely have already leveraged their personal relationships by getting debt from their parents, from their friends. They've taken mobile loans if you're in East Africa. And so indebtedness is a critical component that we are concerned about. And one way that we have found to be important in looking at indebtedness is financial modeling. And every financial facility we advance, at least to the 100 projects that my colleague talked about, has a unique financial model. And one critical component of a financial model is the load or the leverage factor, the debt leverage factor for every facility, so that we do not give debt that is unsustainable, debt that will erode capital, debt that will create additional stress. And finally, because our time is limited, the question of equity. Equity is where it's at. Equity is the big play. In the next decade, HIVA imagines that like any other company, like any other industry, any big business that we know is either listed or has multiple rounds of equity investment. And so I've just been distracted by my friend who has promised me ice cream, a photograph. We hope that we'll be able not only to help culture and creative industries to sophisticate, to be able to accept equity participation, but to also increase our capacity to invest and participate beyond debt in businesses. Thank you.
And so, just to summarize, what we are saying is there's a place for all kinds of financing in the sector. There's a place for grants. We also recognize that not all artists have to form, big, sophisticated businesses. There's a place for loans. There's also a place for equity. And so I guess the thing to think about is how do we ensure that all these types of financing and all these categories of financing find a way to work together in this space to ensure that we're creating value. We're not contributing to, indebtedness or eroding capital and resilience, and that we are building a sustainable sector going forward. So the second question was around innovation. And the question that we posed to ourselves was, what are the necessary innovations needed to drive the creative sector in the continent to the next level? So HIVA has primarily played in this space around innovating financial models in the way in which we work with our businesses and with our ecosystem. One of the things that we have done is we have ensured that each facility we give a business is very much aligned to their cash flows and to the way in which money comes in and money goes out of their businesses. So I'll give you an example of one of our favorite financial instruments, and it's a short-term working capital that looks different for each sector that we have advanced this kind of financing to. So for a fashion business that has a huge order from whether it's an international firm. Oh, I see we have finished our time, so I will summarize. Yes. So for a fashion business, it looks like LPO financing. For a film company, it looks like a line of credit. And for a company in the event space, it also looks like a line of credit to be able to support paying of suppliers before an event happens. So to summarize, the third and fourth question was around long-term impact of financialization. And then the last one was around building a local sustainable fund. And so what we're committing to as HIVA is to continue lending and, investing in the sector using these different models and committing to ensuring that we are doing responsible investments across the board and deepening our work across the continent. And George, I will just ask you to come and close. because I feel like I've eaten into your time.
Oh, I see the summarizing 10 years of work in 20 minutes is extreme sports, even for a Kenyan who can run. And so I think we will capitalize in the question and answer session to try and extend those two questions. But finally, we are interested in the role of intermediaries and building intermediaries and their capacities to take risk on behalf of entrepreneurs and our industries. Intermediaries are able to build institutional capacities not only for themselves, but for the sector, help the development of teams and the sophistication of our entrepreneurs, but also they can be containers through which capital is stored, whether local or international. And that helps in the democratization of capital so that most of our capital can be mobilized locally, can be mobilized from our own ecosystems. And so it is my hope that for the next decade, especially I, who was retired from direct lending, will be playing a role in building the capacity of intermediaries to play their role in supporting the next generation of creative enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George Wakiuru. I just love that idea of intermediaries, and I think that takes us beautifully into the next conversation. Policy discourse and strengthening the African CCIs, funding schemes and the emergence of public space around Africa's new gold is what Ms. Avril Joffe and Dr. Martina Makgou have been covering. Avril, of course, is from Wits School of the Arts, and Martina hails from the University of Côte d'Azur. She can't make it here today, so Avril will be speaking for the two of them.
Thanks very much for that. My colleague Martina is sorry she's not with us, but this is based on work that we are both doing together. I know. And thank you. And we've been pondering these questions that George and Wakiru so eloquently put on the table today, which is, you know, the incredible hype around the creative economy in Africa in general, which is all about new gold, going to, you know, fix the unemployment and poverty of our continent. And many people have written about it. UNESCO, UNCTAD, now the ILO, writing about how it's a new development option. And what we're going to focus on is how this narrative through the EU and funding from EU, and I'm going to have to add the British Council because they're not, UK is not part of the EU anymore, how they've furthered this argument and what implications it has for what happens on the ground. We've heard a little bit of what happens on the ground. That's East Africa. So really, the point about this work is that we've been working a lot in the context of intercultural relations, cultural diplomacy, funding, working with creatives and artists and art spaces and cooperatives across the continent who receive these funds and questioning the benefit that these funds have. And it really goes to the heart of what George was just saying. What is the role of grant funding? And how do we think about that in the context of the creative economy? I know I said I know what to do, but there you go. Okay. For about 20 years or so, the economic value of the cultural and creative sectors have been firmly articulated to the creative economy paradigm, leading actors at various levels to even orient their cultural diplomacy strategies and mechanisms to respond to what's being called a versatile policy script, strengthening social cohesion and urban regeneration. The British Council's DICE program, which I'm sure everybody knows, Developing Inclusive Creative Economies Project, the Goethe Institute's Cultural Entrepreneurship Hubs, the European Commission's ACP programs, only some examples of public diplomacy actions put in place by Western, especially European actors in various parts of the world, placing a focus on entrepreneurial practices, contributing to the development of what's seen as local or regional cultural ecosystems and economic leadership. Various authors, and we've heard some of them yesterday, have been critical about the dominance of the creative economy paradigm in cultural policies that have reoriented the focus of culture to the production of economic value. They claim that the social character of culture is being marginalized, but there are no studies, to our knowledge, that discuss how the creative economy and the creative industries paradigm has influenced the nature of international cultural relations and diplomacy, and how, especially Western institutional discourses on the cultural and creative industries, the CCIs, and the creative economy created tension, given the contrast in which most cultural stakeholders address this point in their target countries on the African continent. So looking at the EU funding of culture, you can see from the slide, it's a multi-scalar, multi-level, multi-party, complex web of support that comes from the EU. DEFCO, the European Development Fund, ACP, which is funded by the European Development Fund and the ACP Secretariat, EU delegations, the UNIC Global, funded by DEFCO, and UNIC cluster projects funded by the European Commission and cluster members. That's on the one side. On the other side, you have government in what we call international NGOs, fund very much about culture, like HIVA's Prince Claus Fund. I'm not going to read them all, you can read them on the slide, that have been playing a role, especially the former colonial powers of Africa, on the continent, supporting what they say are what the continent wants. And that's the question. Is it what the continent wants? Is it what the continent needs? The funding narrative is very much organized around sustainable development goals, as recently, especially since 2015, and in particular social cohesion, intercultural dialogue, and sustainable development. These are not necessarily words or concepts or terminology that comes naturally to the cultural actors on the continent. And so the question is really, are these conflicting or coexisting paradigms? Is cultural diplomacy, which is where Europe really shows its face to Africa, the purpose of these funds, or is it about really engaging in cultural relations by non-state actors on the ground, building and enhancing what already exists by the cultural sector on the continent? What do we understand by the move from culture in development or cultural development approach versus the entrepreneurial twist that is being given to the creative economy paradigm and the role of the CCIs? What does that mean for the role of arts and culture on the continent? So these are some of the questions that we were looking at exploring. And just to put up the slide about who were we talking about, the European Union does not recognize the Pan-African idea of Africa, which is what Africa wants to recognize. It only recognizes 4 sub-regions. That is, I think there's a pointer. West Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, which we've just heard all about, and Southern Africa. Normally, North Africa is seen to be outside the scope of any EU funding into Africa. Why? Because it's part of the MENA region. The fact that the AU is seen to be a very critical partner in any of the programs seems to be irrelevant. What is the AU's vision? The AU's vision is for a Pan-African continent. So, point number 1, there's a lack of coherence and there's a disconnect in the narrative that is being advanced on the continent. So as I said, there's massive media attention about the new gold, new money, untapped economy, the sleeping giant, that the CCIs will lift the continent out of poverty and unemployment, and I'm not sure there's any evidence for that yet. There's enthusiasm about the possible monetization and the market creation of CCIs, the development potential of Africa's CCIs. We see that in all the UNCTAD reports, with all due respect, to 2008, 2010, 2022. Despite the claim that Africa's global share of creative industries contributed less than 1% to the world's 624 billion trade in creative goods. Has that improved? since 2010, since all the work started on this continent. So how are EU funding mechanisms working? Firstly, the funding, as I said, is circumscribed by the focus on sub-Saharan Africa. And the EU funding has various terminologies, such as intercultural dialogue, creative industries, cultural diversity, social inclusion. What this means then is that we have to go behind the hype. What is actually happening on the continent? How do we understand the role of the creative and cultural sector on the continent? How do people form organizations? How do people work? How do they like to practice their artistic work, their creative practice? Who do they collaborate? Who do they want to collaborate? And how do we get what George finished his comment on? How do we get this local ownership and have more local money on the continent? And I'll come to that in a second. So I know there isn't a lot of time to go into the detail of what we want to talk about, but clearly for me, there are new narratives that we need to embrace and understand about Africa, embracing language, heritage, indigenous knowledge, the arts, culture and creative industries, and see these holistically, rather than as we only going to support that which can be commercially useful and valuable. As we know, we have a lot of agreements on the continent, and the one I want to focus on is the AU. So the AU Agenda 2063 has an aspiration for an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics, and a lot of commentary on what it understands by culture. And as I said, the fact that that is being disregarded in all of EU funds, for me, is problematic. And I think it should be problematic for all of us. The language of the CCIs is one that says is a disregard for actually how the CCIs work on the continent. In terms of very informal sector, we've heard that already. We've heard that in previous seminars here in the last 2 days. More than 43% of cultural jobs in this country are informal, let alone on the rest of the continent. It's unregulated, often untaxed, is difficult to measure, and there's a lack of registration. So even the call for more data and measurement, what are we measuring? Do we even know who to measure to be included in this data? And it's not surprising that almost all African governments don't fully appreciate the role that culture plays on the continent. Because there's so much fluidity in the sector. There's so much fluidity in the way people move between cultural domains, cultural work, work in the formal sector to keep earning an income because they can't survive on their work in the cultural sector. So the example we want to use is a project run with EU funding called Culture at Work Africa. And it opened up a very interesting envelope of funding. Culture at Work Africa is called Promoting the Public Value of Intercultural Dialogue for Social Cohesion in Urban Africa, a project implemented by a consortium of 8 African, European and international partners who joined forces with the EU, the money came from the EU, to create new opportunities and mobilize stakeholders to promote intercultural dialogue and cultural diversity in urban and peri-urban parts of Africa, and as drivers of social inclusion and sustainable human development. These are the partners. Now, what's interesting about the consortium that came together was an attempt and a recognition by the European partner who took the funds, because it always has to be a European partner, because Europe doesn't trust Africa to have the funds on their own, and I'll come to that in a second. So the European partner partnered with Arterial Network, with UCLG Cultural Sector, with the Culture Fund in Zimbabwe, with Culture et Développement, which is a European organization that works a lot on the West, in West Africa, the International Music Council. I'm sure you've heard of some of these before. And the idea of the consortium was it will bring more African knowledge and ownership into the knowledge of the consortium, so that when they do the calls and they respond to what the grantees are asking for, they'll have a better assessment of what they want to be doing. So the objectives of it, as I said, was to promote intercultural dialogue and support, multi-stakeholder. It wasn't just for culture and creative people. It was for local governments. It was for civil society organizations. It was really to promote dialogue about big issues using culture and using creative practice, using artistic practice, to open up a conversation about the social and economic problems in our society and to promote citizenship. So 3 minutes, oh my golly gosh. 5 minutes, oh good. So this slide, I'll stick with this slide for a second. So this slide says they actually funded 33 projects. Every project could have between 20 and 60,000 euros. It was generous funding on the continent, in the terms of our continent. They worked in 15 countries, West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa. They had some associate partners from the city of Cape Town, in fact, the African's Centre for Cities and some others. They had a huge communication campaign to give life and visibility to the sub-grantees. And they funded, as I said, 33 projects. So let's look at some of those projects. So we try to indicate this meant to be a sort of stylistic map of Africa. not a very good one. But the Open Mic project in Uganda, young Ugandans and Kenyans demonstrate the value of social cohesion. You can read some of them. African space makers in Kenya, stimulating intercultural dialogue in East Africa, narratives from Zimbabwe, rethinking communities through culture. You can hear some of the language coming through in the naming of the projects from the participants themselves. Women Through the Lens in Nigeria, etc. And that was Call 1, and projects from Call 2 included those. What's interesting is the different vocabularies that were used. But the point that we understood once we started analyzing these is they were still supporting the creative industries. That's what they wanted to support, despite all the lovely language about communities and involvement and collaboration and so on. So here's I'm not going to read that as of no value to write this right now. So building capacity within the consortium member, that was very clear why they did that. But what do the grantees say? They say our skills and knowledge in terms of diagnosing the needs of populations in arts and culture and their analysis in order to provide relevant solutions for their well-being and human development, our skills in setting up and implementing project activities, organizing events, artistic and cultural mediation, public mobilization for the benefit of the cultural offer, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting, as well as the animation of a network of cultural organizations. I don't hear the words cultural or creative industries in how the sub-grantees saw what they wanted to be doing. And so the experience of the locally embedded individuals and entities is creativity, formality, teams across borders, collaboration within countries beyond arts and culture. Very much arts and culture organizations, local governments, refugee organizations, all sorts of interesting civil society bodies, community engagement, meetings on African soil was absolutely seen as vital. 3 network meetings happened on the continent for them to dialogue and engage. They appreciated the peer learning. They found the importance of networking and capacity building absolutely vital to what they were doing. And this brings me to the next project, which actually I know George and the Hiva Fund are involved in, which is the ACP, because they're taking the same idea. This idea of don't centralize all the money in Europe, but do a decentralized process. So this is the idea of Southern Africa has a project run by MIAF, Music in Africa, together with the Goethe Institute called Sounds Connect. Central Africa have their own project run by the same organization who did Cultured Work Africa into arts together with the Goethe Institute. East Africa Ignite is run by the Hiva Fund together with the British Council. Please note my together with. West Africa funds have a fund. The Caribbean have a Play for Growth. They didn't partner with an EU unique member. They partnered with UNESCO and the University of West Indies, and one in the Pacific. Why was it always together with? Again, no trust. No trust that you can give your money to a locally embedded organization as big as Hiva, run for 10 years with absolute success. Recognizable, but no, forced to work with a unique member. I find this deeply problematic, and I think it says something absolutely central about how we are seen by the EU as a continent, how our organizations are viewed and respected or not respected. And this is something that we are still working with and exploring, but we need to think about new ways of funding the African culture and creative industries, if that is the nomenclature we need to use. We need to think differently about how we do that and, and who benefits. And, you know, there are unique aspects that came out of the Culture at Work Africa that are worth keeping. The decentralized model, the sub-grantee mechanism, and so on. But yet, and it did open up space, definitely public space for dialogue across partners that would never normally speak to one another. And there was a real understanding in the local community of forms of appropriation and so on. But I think we still have many questions that we need to be answering. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much to Avril and also to her co-author on this, Dr. Martina Makgo. We're closing off with Ms. Laura Callanan. Now, Laura is the founding partner of Upstart CoLab in the USA. And I have to say it is with delight that I think Laura, George, and Avril and myself were all in the same room over a decade ago at Business and Arts South Africa. So look at how you all have grown. It's amazing. Nevertheless, she is looking at how investment in the creative economy can achieve deep, people-focused impact.
Sadie.
Big thank you to the conference organizers for including me. I am based in New York City. I'm glad to be able to join the conversation, and I look forward to talking to you about creativity, investment, and impact. I'll be sharing learnings from the last 10 years. The work I'll be describing to you today is really very personal. Every job I've had since I began as a 16-year-old theater intern in some way has contributed to the work that I'm doing now at Upstart CoLab. In 2016, I launched Upstart. We are a nonprofit organization, an NGO. We believe that creative people solve problems, and we're connecting capital with creative people who make a profit and make a difference. The work at Upstart really was inspired by a number of conversations I had with artists and designers about 10, 12 years ago. These creative people were looking to move beyond their studio. They did not want to start a nonprofit organization to hold their work. They wanted to start a for-profit, socially minded business. And these artists and designers, mid-career, a lot of accomplishments, very well qualified for this new challenge, they were meeting with walls. They were running into walls as they sought to connect with networks, with markets, and most importantly, with capital. So Upstart was created to address the questions and challenges that I learned about talking with these artists and designers. Upstart launched 7 years ago. We were a catalyst, a connector, a field builder, a thought leader. We've worked very hard to mobilize capital to demonstrate that there are impact investors who believe that they can accomplish market rate financial returns and deep people-focused impact by investing in the creative industries. We've also demonstrated that there are opportunities in the creative industries that achieve all the goals that impact investors think about. And I'll describe some of those in just a minute. Upstart's unique in terms of building bridges between the creative community, the impact investing community, the community development sector, which focuses on low-income neighborhoods around the United States. We've done a lot in terms of thought leadership and research to be sure that everything that we work on is really grounded in data. And I'm going to share a little bit about our journey with you and some of the key learnings and lessons that we've come to embrace over the last 7 years. When we began Upstart, we needed to start to define terms. Very simply, we needed to tell others what we had in mind when we talked about impact investing in the creative economy. We often got questions in the early days about how you can possibly invest in arts and culture. How can you invest in a ballerina? Why is buying a Picasso painting an impact investment? And hearing those questions and knowing that was not what we had in mind, we quickly moved on to doing some work to define what we meant by an inclusive creative economy. We looked at how states and regions across the United States had defined their local creative economy for the purposes of economic development and jobs growth. We took a page from the book of the research by the UN system, UNESCO, and UNCTAD. We looked to the UK to see how John Hawkins was imagining the creative economy and how our friends at Nesta in London were working in this space. We identified 145 industries that represent the creative economy of the United States using a taxonomy, the NAICS codes, the North American Industrial Classification Standards, that investors and business leaders are already familiar with. We identified 145 specific creative industries, and then we broke them down into these 5 categories. Ethical fashion, sustainable food, and social impact media lead the list because they're categories where impact investors were already starting to pay attention. If you're familiar with impact investing, you'll know that sustainable food is a very big and popular theme, but we took a slightly different angle on sustainable food, which often is focused on human and planetary health and wellness. For us, we were focused on the food products and traditions that engage culture, heritage, and community, where the creative person engages the locally sourced fair trade supply chain, where the milk becomes cheese. That's what we think about when we talk about sustainable food as part of our creative economy. We started with fashion, food, and media because impact investors already were thinking about opportunities in these sectors. Then we grouped together all the other creative industries we were thinking about: the visual art market, cultural tourism, immersive experiences, the creator economy, and the future of entertainment. And we put those into the other creative businesses category. And over time, we've been mining that sector for a lot of individual opportunities and deepening our understanding about what's possible beyond fashion, food, and media. The first 4 categories focus on business. The 5th category focuses on real estate as an investment asset class, creative places, those spaces where creative work happens and creative experiences are shared. This is how we've come to define the creative economy, and it has been helpful because impact investors are able to see something that's familiar to them. They're able to see creativity in its industrial form, and they realize that it's something that they recognize. They know how to invest in businesses, they know how to invest in real estate, and it closes the gap, the language gap between what the creative sector thinks about, understands deeply, and what impact investors are only beginning to understand. For the creative community, we had to introduce the term of impact investing. These are investments, they're proper investments. These are not grants, they're not gifts. This is not money that people are contributing and expecting never to see back again. These are investments, whether they're debt, equity, whether they're in businesses or real estate, but they're proper investments. And this is really a gap that we've also had to close because a lot of our friends in the arts and culture space assume that impact investing is philanthropy, and it's not. So we've needed to bring both of these communities together around these common terms. It's important for impact investors to see how the creative economy fits the paradigms that impact investing is already familiar with. And one place that the creative economy does link very nicely to impact investing is through the UN Sustainable Development Goals. While creativity and culture does not have its unique sustainable development goal, its presence in the targets related to employment, to sustainable cities, and to production and consumption makes it very clear that there is a role that the creative industries will play towards a more sustainable world. Since many impact investors use the UN SDGs as a framework for organizing their impact investing experience, being able to connect these dots makes a big difference. I encourage you to take a look at the Upstart CoLab website, upstartco-lab.org, where on the Insights tab you can find all of our research to date. I'll be speaking about our impact report in just a moment. But I'd like to also mention the work that we've done with partners at the Arts and Culture Finance Fund from Nesta in the UK and Fundación Compromiso in Argentina. We will later this month be publishing Volume 3 of Creativity Culture Capital, where we bring forward inspiring stories from the global creative economy demonstrating how the creative economy generates environmental and social impact, and how impact investors are beginning to find deeply successful opportunities in the creative economy. So you can find that at creativityculturecapital.org or through the Upstart CoLab website. One of the first research efforts we undertook looked at more than 100 sustainable impact funds to see if any of them were already touching the creative industries. And we found that many of them were. We identified more than 100 that did have overlap with the creative industries. And in the process of that research, something else came to light for us. We found that the creative industries were an on-ramp to opportunity for BIPOC and women entrepreneurs. The term BIPOC, if it is less familiar globally than it is in the US, BIPOC stands for Black, Indigenous, and People of Color. So I'll be using that term throughout the presentation. You can think of this as standing in for whatever disadvantaged or minority groups that you might encounter in your own geography or in your own communities. But what we found in the US is that BIPOC and women entrepreneurs were finding opportunities in the creative economy. Their merit and originality was recognized. They were able to get started and bootstrap the growth of their companies, even when they were closed out of access to capital from other traditional sources. You can see here a few examples, and I'll be speaking about some of these later, of diverse entrepreneurs and their companies in the creative industries. But on the upper right-hand quadrant of the slide, you'll also see that we found deep overlap between funds that were led by BIPOC and women fund managers and that were focused on investing in the companies started by BIPOC and women founders. So we saw a lot of strong overlap here, and this was one of the first things we discovered in our early research about 6-7 years ago, and it has shaped our understanding of this opportunity set going forward. We've moved on to really look for these opportunities by seeing where BIPOC and women entrepreneurs are being supported and looking to see where there is overlapping synergy with the creative industries. For the last 3 years, Upstart has been bringing together communities of foundations, families, and endowed cultural institutions to help build the source of capital and the demand for opportunities in the creative industries in the larger impact investing conversation. So the information I'm going to share for the rest of this presentation really digs into a number of examples of investments that we've helped foundations and families to close over the last 3 years that fit this creative economy focus. I'm going to be sharing some of the learning journey that we've been on, but I'd also just like to say in the US context, where government plays a smaller role in funding of arts and culture, and philanthropy from individuals, corporations, and foundations plays a much larger role in supporting arts and culture. We see pent-up opportunity with museums and libraries, performing arts centers, art schools, and other cultural institutions in the United States holding in their endowments $60 billion. We're looking to unlock that capital in a way that will continue to fuel the growth and the programming of these cultural institutions, but bring their investments in greater alignment with their values and their mission. So the work we've done with families and foundations really has been responsive to their priorities, their preferences. We have identified a series of opportunities, fund and company investment opportunities, presented these to the families and foundations we've been advising, and they've been able to select those that they were most passionate about and that best fit their own personal priorities. But over time, we coalesced around these 5 tenets of what we call our Upstart Impact Thesis. And you can see it's very focused on people and communities, while many of the funds and companies that we have identified and that the families and foundations we work with have invested in also have an environmental component to their sustainability and their impact. We at Upstart have really gone out looking for the people focus of these investment opportunities. I'm happy to say that over the last 3 years, the 10 families and foundations we've worked with have deployed about $13 million into a dozen or so investment opportunities. and I'm going to be talking about 6 of those today. The first 3 concepts you see described on this slide are really familiar to all impact investors. They align with priorities described as financial inclusion, quality jobs, and community development. The last 2 items on this slide really describe impact priorities that are most closely aligned with art, design, culture, heritage, and creativity, and the people who make this all possible for our communities. So let me just describe these 5 impact priorities. Access to capital for diverse founders. This is recognizing, as I mentioned a minute ago, that a lot of BIPOC and women entrepreneurs find an opportunity to start and grow their businesses successfully when they're working within the creative industries. We see this as an opportunity for these entrepreneurs to build wealth for themselves, for their workers, for their families, as well as to share their perspective, their heritage, their stories, and their voices in their creative work. This is very important. It's part of a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion that many impact investors hold today. And it's really a priority for Upstart and all of the work that we do. Quality jobs in the creative industries. If you've looked at research from McKinsey & Company, Fast Company, and others, you'll know that in the 21st century, the creative industries have those jobs that the robots can't take. We want to be sure that those are great jobs and that they're available to a diverse set of workers from a diverse set of backgrounds. Vibrant communities anchored around creative places and businesses. In the US, this is known as community development, and comprehensive community development for many, many years has included a focus on creative places and businesses. It's rarely been identified as that. It's really been, creative places and businesses have been folded in to the other work within community development, affordable housing, small business loans, that sort of activity. But when you break it out, you see that it's really something that you can prioritize as its own. And it's really an important anchor to what our communities can be going forward. Not every community has a lot of financial wealth. All communities have deep culture and heritage. That is their wealth. Sustainable lives and livelihoods for creative people. This is a pressure in the United States, as it is in many places. Our art sector is often subsidized by our artists not having the stability that they deserve for themselves and their families. We see increasing opportunities in the quickly growing creator economy, those online tools that help creative people to make their work, build their audiences, monetize their ideas, and build their careers. We see this as an opportunity to build a creative middle class, which we think is really exciting and one that we're paying attention to as we continue to research new investment opportunities. An inclusive creative economy is Upstart's term. It's the way we think about 3 core values. One is an orientation to openness and experimentation. Another is a belief in the power of diversity and inclusion, that diverse teams can solve hard problems faster and smarter than homogenous teams. And lastly, we hold a belief in the power of both traditional wisdom and innovation to make a difference. So these are the 5 tenets of Upstart's impact thesis. And I'd like to just walk through how this impact thesis is borne out by 6 investments that we've worked on with families and foundations over the last couple of years. I'll be drawing from Upstart's impact report. You can find it on our website. It has a lot of additional information. I encourage you to take a look when you can. The first 3 opportunities I'm going to describe are funds that all are providing loans to creative economy businesses. And there are a couple of specific points or opportunities that I'll point out with each one of these examples. The first one, community investment management, aligns really well with the goal of access to capital for diverse founders, that first tenet of our impact thesis. This is a large, well-established fund. They are an innovator in the socially responsible fintech space. They've primarily been working in the United States, but in the last year or so have expanded globally. They lend into platforms that lend to small businesses, all of this done online, all part of the fintech sector. Community investment management has about a 12-year track record. They've deployed more than $1 billion of capital. In their small lending portfolio, they consistently are lending to about 25% businesses in the creative industries. That's not what they set out to do. That's not a key part of their investment thesis. Their priority is to make capital available to women, people of color, and veterans in the United States. But consistently, these groups are working deeply in the creative industries. This is an example where engaging with large, strong, existing partners is a great way, I believe, for leaders in the creative economy to quickly bring their ideas to fruition and gain the attention of partners and stakeholders that might otherwise overlook them. By working with community investment management to help them frame for the stakeholders and investors that they talk to the role that the creative industries are playing in their investment fund, it brings a lot of attention and a lot of credibility to this idea, much more quickly than Upstart, a small, scrappy nonprofit, could do on their own. Colorado Enterprise Fund is an example of a community development finance institution. This is a 30, 40-year-old ecosystem, very well developed in the United States. There are national community development finance institutions and some, like this one, which are state or regionally focused. A community development finance institution, think of it as a not-for-profit bank. It has all of the attributes of a financial institution, but its primary purpose is not to make a big profit. Its primary purpose is to support homeowners, individuals, small businesses, community facilities, all to strengthen neighborhoods. Colorado Enterprise Fund consistently has had more than 33% of its small business borrowers in the creative industries. Again, they have a real priority making capital available to diverse founders. We've worked with them and with the foundation in their hometown of Denver, Colorado, to fashion a loan that supports specifically on lending to the creative industries. Working with this large national ecosystem of community development finance institutions is also a way that Upstart has quickly brought the creative economy into the broader conversation about investing in community development. Many of these community development finance institutions have strong credit ratings, they have long track records, they are seen as financially prudent, exactly the kind of partner we need to bring a new idea forward to the attention of investors. This third example, also lending to small business.
Okay, she's just, no, she hasn't. She actually is still here with us, but because we started this slot so late, 25 minutes, lunch was important, we are going to close off on that particular feature. You can go online and you can watch the rest of it and keep yourself completely in the loop. But we were worried that we were going to run out of time, which we have done, and not even get time for questions, which is actually the most critical part of all of this. So I'm going to ask anybody who would like to ask either Laura or Avril or the HEVA team, if you have got questions that you'd like to give to them or you'd like them to answer, now's the time. And I must admit I'm a little bit blind, so if you can really stick your hand up. Yes, Stephen, I see, and then, sorry. Everybody's pointing to everybody else. Okay, Stephen, and then we'll go to in the corner there.
Thank you. I have a question for HEVA and a question for Laura. My question for HEVA is if they could just unpack in a little bit more detail how equity funding works, because I know in the South African situation that was really impossible to apply in the creative economy, equity. So I'd be interested to hear that in more detail. And then Laura, did you seriously say that you could invest in a ballerina? I'm curious to know. Okay, so just maybe a case study, which is sort of which would be to us a surprising scenario where somebody invested in an artist and that artist was able to pay back the investment. I'd love to hear that. Thank you.
George, can we start with you and close off with Laura?
Thank you for the question. The finance and investment expert is here, so I'll give her the other minute. But my idea of equity, especially in the context of businesses in East Africa, a lot of entrepreneurs are not excited to commodify their businesses, but they need a partner who can expand their pool of capital beyond their family and beyond their immediate networks. And so from a HIVA perspective, we've started by helping for some level of formalization, and those businesses that are moving towards their growth phase, they have more than 10 employees, they require $100,000 to be invested for a longer period than 5 years. Those are the ones that we start to consider having more sophisticated conversations. And so there are instruments that we can use that they're not exactly equity, but they are pseudo-equity, like revenue share. The other one is called convertible debt, that all give the kind of moratorium that people need, the legroom that need, but they have a coupon that can be cashed in terms of a loan, or can be converted into equity at a future stated date when these companies are able to have a better valuation. Because at a younger age of a business, people are hesitant to value and give you shares because they are afraid of selling themselves short. But Wakiuru, the other minute.
Okay. Maybe just to add, the way we look at it is with equity, it allows us as a fund to also participate on the business side, support the entrepreneur or the artist to reach beyond their networks. And so for us, we're looking at it as the artist or the creative has a creative competence which we're not interested in interfering with. But then we come in with the capital and we're able to help this person, this entrepreneur or this business move their production or their work across borders because we have the networks, we have all the available tools to support the scaling of the business. And so as George was saying, equity being where it's at, I think when it comes to scale, when it comes to patient capital, when it comes to capital that does not necessarily infiltrate into the business's cash flow, equity, like he said, is the place to be.
Fantastic. Laura, the question, we haven't actually got the question, my apologies. The gentleman over there.
I heard the question. So let me jump in. I won't give you an example of investing in a ballerina, but I will give you an example of investing in a company started by an actress. Mary Stuart Masterson has been acting since she was 7 years old in movies, TV, theater. She's now in her 50s, and she has morphed into a tremendous social entrepreneur. She's launched Upriver Studios, a women-led, environmentally forward film and TV production soundstage in the bucolic Hudson Valley of New York State. This is creating jobs. It's an economic development engine. She has raised almost $2 million in equity to fuel this company. Going back to the first question about what can you invest in, you can invest in a film and TV soundstage that has a business model that's not taking the risk on the content that's being produced there. The risk is, will they have tenants? And this is one of the small silver lining stories of the recent pandemic, that when the soundstage opened for the first time in summer of 2021, immediately HBO took over the entire campus for a year. And because of that, this company has moved past its initial financial projections for its first 2 years of operation with great success. So this is where equity risk makes sense. The company is structured as what's called a public benefit LLC. So it's very intentional about its workers, its community, and the environment. But it is also, and to George's example of revenue share as being the right way to work with your equity holders, that's how this company is working with its investors so far. It allows the company to continue to operate indefinitely, without being forced to take an acquisition or other financial exit within 8 or 10 years, which otherwise would be a pressure that equity investors would be seeking. So I hope that helps and answers your question.
Stephen, you happy? The gentleman over there, and then if we've got any more questions, we'll take that now as well, so that we can then go back.
Okay, thank you so much, Michelle. My question is to the HIVA Fund team. What do you know now that you didn't know then, 10 years later, that you can advise a new fund? So we are setting up a Creative Africa Fund, launching it actually on the 31st of March next year in the US, together with ministers of culture from across the continent. So knowing what you know now, what can you advise? As one of the objectives of the American Arts Chamber is enhancing funding and financial support, because without that, it doesn't matter how creative you are, you need that kind of support. So yeah, and I know of course we can also talk offline after this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we'll take that back to Hiva.
That's a very interesting question, because we know a lot of things. I will say the difficult things, and then my colleague will say the easier, the brighter things. That you will lose a lot of money, and you'll have to find a way to pay it. Anyway, what is really critical that I have learned is capital does what capital does in whatever sector. That capital in the hands of a creative will do what a capital will do in the hands of an industrialist. So we need more capital in aligned models, in responsive models that respond to the needs of the ecosystem and the business. Then you'll make great impact. So listen, 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 but also don't be afraid to lose the money because it comes back in some way. I think I'll just share that, and then Wakiru can give the flowers.
I don't know if I have flowers, but I think, well, when we were starting out, one of the things that we did was we started with a small fund to test this experiment we were doing, and then we used that to be able to amplify and to be able to fundraise for more funds. So I would say pick a model that works for you, a model that right now you can see it having the potential to scale. So if you're saying, I'm going to start with just one company, but then out of that one company, I'm going to record every single learning, whether it's in the way you evaluate the business, whether it's in the way you put out like a call for applications. And then at the beginning, make sure you set up your systems in a way they can be replicated, whether you're investing in one business or 100 businesses. Because for us, fundamentally, the way in which we put together the facilities and the way in which we decided this is the method we are going to use to evaluate businesses, whether they are, it's a business that's going to look for equity or looking for grants, we decided we're going to have one method, and that's the method we've stuck to. And I think it's helped us to be able to scale, even with ACP and, this kind of like facilities that we're disbursing. We've been able to use that to say we've innovated this method based on our context. And then, so people come and buy into our method, and we are not necessarily folding, into using other different methods to be able to do what we are doing. Yeah.
Great. Unfortunately, guys, I'm afraid we have to end it there. I know that we have run very late. We started very late. Please, can we ask that you take that cup of coffee and move straight on to the next session, which has to finish for panelists and facilitators apparently by 4:50, round about 4:50. And we would request that as you take that cup of coffee, you drink it along the way, so to speak. I want to say thank you very, very much to our participants. I would urge you to go and listen to the rest of Laura's presentation, which is online. And I'd like to say thank you to Hiva and also to Avril for some very, very valuable comments. Thanks, guys, and onwards.
Sit there. No. Because I want to... Guys.
Testing 1 2.
Yeah? Perfect.
Testing 1 2.
I'm going to ask everyone who's up there if you can come down here.
Testing 1 2.
Yeah? And then I wish we had a tech person so we can start with some music. That's what we're doing, dancing. Welcome to the dance lift.
Dance panel. Interpreting.
We'll be starting in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, I guess. Well, that's got so much.
So we share the mic.
Has it started? A few people have asked me because I shared it in my network and they're like, no, this starts very good.
Oh, people online?
Yeah. I got a crew, you know. Squad. Exactly. You know. Take this up. And you have the whole presentation. No, I don't have this. He does. Abstract. This is just look at you guys. All of you are just the wing is casual. And then you go back and I know you people. Teachers' pets. Look at teachers' pets. That's how they behave. They say, yeah, that's easy. No, not much. And then they come with the whole textbook.
Okay. So our slides have gone up on the screen, but they're not showing on this screen.
Oh, she found a tech person.
I'm good to me. I have no idea what's happening here.
You're now wearing Ankara jackets, feeling cool, eh?
I don't know who's controlling from the top.
All morning.
So each presenter will have to use this. I don't have presentations for the first two speakers. I only have presentations for Sylvia.
No, we only have one, Sophia, which is like a video, and then images.
Okay, perfect. So she can just use this.
But it's not showing on that screen.
Her presentation?
Yeah, I
You
can
want
see
hers
it
to start first?
Yes, but it's not showing on this screen.
Yes, her presentation will go on when she goes.
Okay. All right, so you've coordinated.
So you can do the introduction, and when it's her turn, the thing is ready to go live.
So there's no need for this.
Do you have enough mics? Mic check.
For 5 minutes.
9 minutes.
9 minutes past 4.
Do you have a clock?
They didn't bring it yet. Or I should wait for the bell. Should we wait for the bell?
What bell?
There's a bell.
Afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session. We're going to be exploring lived experiences from theory to practice. And what is really exciting about this panel that I have delegates from different parts of Africa is really sharing their experiences on the creative economy projects that they've been working on. I'm Farah Ngcibe. I'm from British Council, Regional Arts Director. And to kick off the session, I'm going to ask each of my panel members to introduce themselves. And in their introduction, I want us to now get into it. So you can also set the context of the project that you'll be sharing with the audience today, including audience online, and really looking at why that project, how it came about, and who was it for. Yeah. So thank you. I will start with Sylvia.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sylvia Tonui. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya, and I am a project management consultant for the British Council. And I ran a program called Creative DNA, which was, we provided support for young fashion designers in order to demonstrate that fashion is a professional choice for young people and a valuable contributor to the creative economy. So we looked at three main areas of work: research and insight, policy and advocacy, and last and most importantly was business support. We started the project in 2020 with a cohort of 10 young fashion startups, and then we did a second round of the same project last year, and we incubated 20 fashion businesses. So we've had 30 fashion businesses we've provided support to 30 fashion businesses, and yeah, I think for an introduction that's enough, and then we will dig deeper once we get back to me.
Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Albie Michaels. I am the Senior Producer and Research Manager for Business and Arts South Africa, BASA, with the delivery partners that included British Council, which was supported by the British Council Creative Economy, in conjunction with Manchester International Festival and Common Purpose South Africa. We co-created a cultural producers program where we upskilled 25 mid-career producers, giving them skills and training within production, cultural production, creating a global network, capacitating not only these 25 young cultural producers, but also an extended cohort of about 160. And then we also placed these cohort members within South African entities or cultural and creative entities to see if they could share their knowledge and also capacitate a sector that was decimated by COVID. And this then also led to the So Creative Summit 2022, Enterprise in Motion, where these 25 cultural producers then acted as co-curators with the broader curatorial team to tell us exactly what they want to speak about. And we have still other programs that came from that I think we can chat about a little bit later, but enough context? Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Eugene Mapondera. I'm from Zimbabwe. I am the creative director at K Media Africa and the co-founder of a festival called Comexposed, which is based in Harare, Zimbabwe. Our project was initially titled the Music and Literature Digital Content Creation Program, but once we were awarded this project, we promptly renamed it to Scripts and Bars. The target for this project was multidisciplinary, meaning we were meant to work with artists in the literature space, including poetry, writers, podcasters, as well as visual artists from our core business as Comexpos, which includes comic books, animation, and then we also incorporated musicians. This all happened on the backdrop of COVID and the challenges that it introduced. And our responsibility was to provide business support services, design incubation programs, accelerators, and also conduct a lot of grant giving. We had a total of 100 participants, 75 based in Zimbabwe and 25 that were within the UK. The lead partners were, of course, the British Council, together with the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, and we were the implementing partner on the ground in Harare, though the project did span multiple towns, including Bulawayo and Mutare.
Good evening. My name is Brenda. Good evening. My name is Brenda Fashigba, and I'm the head of arts in Nigeria, and I also lead the Creative Economy Program for the region. So all of this work, I'll take credit for all of this work, honestly. But what I do at the British Council and what we do as the entire team is just to always support sector stakeholders and try and get them to achieve the best that they can with whatever resources they have, with whatever support we can provide. And that's it in a nutshell, in the most simplistic manner, to understand our creative economy portfolio. Good to be here.
Thank you. And Brenda, I'm happy that you've got partners here, and for us to move into a deeper conversation. And this is going to be a conversation, and we want to really interact with the audience here. So if you've got questions, I'll be checking, and I'll stop the panel. We come to you and come back. Brenda, so I want you to just go a bit further in terms of sharing how you develop your creative economy program from British Council perspective, especially understanding the environment you're operating in and the histories that come with the British Council.
It's a very long answer, and it's not one answer, really. When you sit down and you look at the landscape creatively across the region, we know the fundamental problems that we have, policy issues. Earlier today, somebody was talking about connectivity, just logistics, transport, to be able to say we're connecting, we're meeting. Some people took maybe 4 flights to get to South Africa in this continent. So when you're looking at the landscape, you're looking at the challenges, and you're trying to find that sweet spot where the challenges will not stop you from, looking for solutions. So in doing our research and all of our work, just to be very clear, is always based on evidence. So we spend time and money, doing research across the continent in different sectors of the creative society. And we're looking at where there are challenges and possible recommendations and solutions. And a lot of this comes from the sector itself. So the work is developed with input from the sector, and we always deliver through partnership in the sector. So that's the first thing we do. We do the research, we find the challenges, we refine them to know exactly what is wrong and where it is we'd like to step in. And you can hear from the 3 partners here how varied the programs are. There's one in fashion, there's one in performance, and there's one in music and literature, which is very unique. And you can tell that it's a customized, well-designed program for that particular sector in that time. So the way we work first is research, then we craft interventions with the help of partners, and then deliver with the help of partners. So that's it in a very simplistic manner.
Yes, we keep it simple. That's how we love it. Thanks a lot, Brenda. So I want to go to Kenya furthest. Yeah? And just, if you could share in terms of COVID happened, but you were delivering Creative DNA, the fashion project, even just before COVID. And today, over the 2 days, we've been looking at, reset. What comes to your mind, if you can just think about the program and then reset to you? What has been that lived experience that you can share?
Okay. So we launched Creative DNA at the beginning of 2020, and we had some very excited young fashion designers who were looking forward to going to London Fashion Week, because part of Creative DNA was peer-to-peer learning between Kenya and the UK. And I just to take one step back, when we talk about peer-to-peer learning, I think sometimes there's some sort of arrogance from the West that they're teaching us more than we're teaching them. But then when it comes specifically to fashion, there's all this talk about sustainability. But then we have been producing sustainably for years and years and years before we started importing, cheap polyester from China. So that peer-to-peer learning that we eventually moved online, we realized that actually the Kenyan designers were teaching the UK designers just as much as they were learning from the UK designers. So in terms of reset, yes, going back to my original story, we had designers who were looking forward to going to London Fashion Week, and then COVID happened. So we had to basically change the entire plan. So we developed a very strong online magazine called Wowzine. I don't know if someone in the control room can pull up some of the images, just so that you can see. And it's really amazing in the, in the era of digital and online. It's really amazing how far these images traveled. So we did a really amazing photo shoot that then we turned it into a magazine, and that we turned into a fashion film. So these images were featured in Vogue Italia, Business of Fashion, so many international publications. And, this reset also provided a chance for young Kenyan designers who've never seen themselves in the international space to see themselves in that space, and that translated into sales. So we were able to set up an online shop, and the young designers were able to sell to UK buyers. And with that, because there was already logistic challenges because of COVID, we partnered with DHL, who gave us a 40% discount for exports out of Kenya to the UK. It's just all these amazing things that came out from something that would have been considered a traditional way of doing business. We had to rethink all of this, move to online. We've been talking about we've been talking about moving from traditional channels of selling to online, and I think this accelerated during the COVID period.
Thank you. And those are beautiful images. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So I think when you started reflecting on reset, for me, as the creative economy, we are always in reset mode. We are always moving, secular and changing and innovating. And one thing that you highlighted at the start was this Western coming to tell us, and this is not what it was about. Yeah, and that's a reset that has to happen and should continue happening. And we need to come to that point, exactly like the project that you have delivered, where it's actually informing, adding value to the Western world, but importantly to the designers in Africa and representing what comes from Africa. Albi, Cultural Producers Program. I know you delivered this project and it was quite long. It's still in delivery, but now with the new offshoots that came out of the impact of the first one. My question to you is also looking at collaborating with UK partners, because that's one thing that we facilitate as the British Council. What have been some of the opportunities you see through that work and challenges that, collaboration, happens? And also importantly, through that collaboration, do you sense the spirit of cultural relations in it?
Absolutely. What was very interesting when we put this program together and we looked at the curriculum about what is cultural production. We also tried to instill a sense of cultural intelligence within the cohorts, which is then closely related to, I would say, emotional intelligence. So by doing that, we needed to cross borders, which was very interesting, and we got MIF on board, which is Manchester International Festival, and they work worldwide in also producing programs for cultural producers, but also work for cultural producers. And it was fascinating. They came from the global north perspective, of course, trying to come to South Africa, telling us what cultural production is, and they work on major scales. And it was very interesting. But from the cultural producers' point of view, they were like, okay, we get this, Albie, but you know, do they know what it means to produce in South Africa, where we don't have the facilities that they have, where we don't have the budgets that they have, where we don't do concept touring, or not do concept touring, but not as much do concept touring. So they wanted a little bit more of a how to adapt all of the knowledge that they shared, which was invaluable, and they told us about the nuts and bolts and just reminded us again of what goes into producing. But then when it comes to cultural production, their point of view was very much the global north, and our cultural producers was very much the global south. So there was a little clash just in that delivery. But the conversations that opened up, and the conversations between the cohort, which was also on a peer-to-peer coaching basis, they started asking the right questions. Where do we go to from here? How do we do that? How do we do the same programs but on a smaller scope? So the questions was correct. By getting the right partners in the room, and this is also common purpose. We also we had them within the So Creative Summit. We had the Center for the Less Good Idea that also produces work within the world, right? And South African State Theatre. It's all these points of views that makes you realize how valuable your own point of view is, I think, within the cultural producers. And it gave them the confidence to actually see that what they are doing right now is valuable. And they're not just on the periphery, that they're part of a conversation that's happening. They are future leaders, are cultural leaders, and that they can produce this work. I hope that answered you.
Yeah, no, it did. Because the reality is when you're in delivery, there are challenges. But it's about how do you navigate the challenges, especially at partnership level. But also something that you really brought in is the involvement of every stakeholder, including the participant.
Exactly.
Into the design, into questioning how that program is designed and who it is for. And those are really critical things which we need to always, keep at the heart of our programs with our partners. Eugene, over to you from Zimbabwe. Yeah.
Yes.
So we understand, I'm sure everyone here, if you hear Zimbabwe, the first thing that comes is the context, the economy, what happens, how do people really, survive and move. And some people get shocked to meet Zimbabweans, and they're like, okay. Yeah. So with such a context, and we're talking about reset, I want for you to share in terms of your own lived experiences, and importantly to also relate to some of the creatives that have worked on your projects. Yeah.
Absolutely. For those of you who don't know, Zimbabwe has had a very dramatic economic history, to say the least. So the projects that are conducted in Zimbabwe can't be looked at with the more recent disadvantages that were brought upon by COVID alone, because of the social political issues around sanctions, for example. And then, of course, like she mentioned, our battle with inflation, which has been going on for over 2 decades. Conducting cultural projects within Zimbabwe is extremely difficult because a lot of those circumstances introduce a level of distrust. Distrust from investors, sometimes partners, because the assumption is that competence and finance come together. But it's been our challenge to prove that competence and finance are exclusive, they're different. And the one thing that we've had to reset constantly, to answer your question, is we've had to adjust how we approach financial management. We've had to adjust where we place workshopping around financial literacy, for example, in all of our programs. Because, like I said, a lot of the artists within Zimbabwe, though it is a vacuum, it's observed as a hole in the wall. A lot of the artists have had ample opportunities to learn and apply techniques and skills that the rest of the world are using. For example, my organization is ComExposed, and one of our focal areas is animation. And it's very hard for many people to believe that there are animators coming out of Zimbabwe, but they're a great number, and they're very talented and they're very skilled. However, because of this perception, the idea is there's no way you can get skilled animators out of Zimbabwe because, you know, they've got financial hardships. So there's that constant adjustment that we've had to make where we demonstrate constantly. And I like the experience that was shared by Sylvia, where we found ourselves in circumstances where we've sent our own animators to hold workshops with esteemed universities like the University of Coventry, for example, and not with undergraduate studies, postgraduate students being taught by kids from Harare, Zimbabwe, you know, the place with the terrible economy. So that's something that we've had to constantly demonstrate, and we've had to adjust. How we handle finances is very tricky. And you might imagine, you know, relatable things such as inflation, which has been brought on because of the crisis in Ukraine and so on, and supply chains. But with us, we speak of more than one currency at a time. In some cases, as many as 4. Some of them completely intangible. And that is just the foundation before we get to exchange rates. And that impacts the financial assistance that we can get from abroad. And it also impacts programs such as Scripts and Bars, where we had a UK partner that we had to pay, and that was heavily impacted by government regulation, limits on externalization of foreign currency, and of course those 4 lovely weird currencies that I brought on, some of which cannot really be defined by standard world economic stipulations. So the reset is in being strategic. We have to look at what's prevailing at the time and figure out how to work around it or how to work with it. For example, we have a currency which is parallel to the Zimbabwean currency called the RTGS, which is really pie in the sky. It's very hard to define because it's electronic, but not really. And we have to figure out how we can benefit our own local economy by still investing that same currency to, you know, people at a grassroots level. Because to some people that is still their livelihood, even though it's not something you can enumerate against the US dollar or the pound. And that's just one example of how we work around it or work with it. Mm-hmm. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. I think Zimbabwe financial analysis is a conference on its own. Yeah. But I think in terms of research, it's being strategic about it, understanding the context that you're operating in. And also, you brought in this mistrust, which competency comes with the money. Yeah. And for me, I want to throw this to Brenda as the regional lead for creative economy. How do you reset that perception? And do you find yourself caught in that perception that for you to access funding, then your competency should be at this level?
Your competency should always be at a level, irrespective of if you're looking for funding or not. It's a great advantage, but for your own, will I say self-joy, you should always have a certain level of competency you should be aiming for every time. Of course, the continent has always had a reputation of you can't find this, people are not trustworthy. And it's across, it's not just, you know, in Zimbabwe, for example. In Nigeria, we're in free fall with our currency at the moment.
And in terms of the reality with you contracting out, you've got these partners here.
Yes.
So your reality, yeah, that's what I want. I want a reality.
Yeah. So we have a set of, would I say, a matrix of questions, you know, and we have a set of processes, and everybody here has been through that process, you know, and yes, we've had to put in those measures for quality control. And also to remember that the funding is coming from different sources that are some government-based, some donor partner funded. And of course, those donor partners will have their own requirements to be able to, you know, put down this money. So we do have to have those standards. The good thing is we're starting to educate the sector even more around building that capacity. So a lot of the projects that they're working on as well is helping smaller businesses build that capacity to be able to access some of these opportunities. So yes, we can look at the perception, but we have measures in place. So we look at the matrix, and the truth is, when you go into the markets, especially in the different countries, it's different sets. The people in Ethiopia and the people in Kenya are two different people. Yeah, the culture is different, you know, their nature is different, and the way they want to deliver their work is different. So if you don't have that market intelligence, you start looking at perception and you get it wrong. So in Kenya, if I'm having Sylvia answer a question, maybe in Ethiopia, I'll have somebody else do an interview. You understand? Just to deal with the reality on ground. So we're not going ahead of the market. We're trying to lead the market, but we're not going ahead. You can't go faster than your audience. So you really have to sit down, have a look at the people you're trying to serve, understand the nuances of their culture, because what we're doing is cultural, you know, and then the level of their capacity. And then focus your intervention on, you know, those two pillars, and ensure that you're able to get the best out of the best.
Cool. All right. So I think this has been like 15, 20 minutes, and we have looked at research in different ways, from a cultural relations perspective, from a Western, from strategic, from context, and also in terms of access to funding. I want to come to the audience. Is there anyone with a question before we move? No? Comments? No? Okay. So for me, the next research is I want to explore all the projects that you've shared with us. We're looking at the art and then the money. Yeah. So I want to start with Eugene, because your context is hard. You've got an RTGS currency. And it's, oh, yeah. How do you then design, or maybe share with us some of the realities and impact that you can actually see and signpost in terms of, through this project, we've made the art, and the artist is actually making money out of it?
That's a great question. So the way we design these programs has to align with the theory of change. So outside of looking at the financial benefits alone, there are a variety of social issues that need to be addressed, typically inclusion, diversity, and we look at it as a value proposition that we're making to our community. We have a community of 300 artists within ComExposed alone. For Scripts and Bars, we worked with 2 local hubs, I believe. One which was focused on literature and poetry, and another that was focused on music. So the value proposition came from the establishment, or the successes that these hubs have made over the years. So that's how we draw in our participants for open calls. And because they trust the hubs that are leading the Scripts and Bars programs, they come through with this confidence that there's value that they'll receive in turn. What we've managed to do is identify what we can generate value from within this whole virtual world. It's a digital content creation program, so the outputs needed to be primarily digital. So what we isolated was that this was an opportunity, a funded opportunity for the participants to create various proofs of concept. Remember, this is all happening within that whole space where people believe or there's a stereotype that you can't get anything great out of Zimbabwe. So the only way you will waylay that stereotype is you have the participants demonstrate that they can produce something that's valuable. We then used the internet as a platform to publish a lot of the outputs that came out, and there were numerous, over 20 of them, in the form of animation, podcasts, all of which were reaching tens of thousands of people. The idea was that once this proof of concept is out in the global domain, in the public domain, these participants can then get opportunities or seek opportunities. So we've got a few success stories. Actually, we've got a number of success stories. One of them as recent as 2 weeks ago, where a young lady who was animating for the very first time was identified by Google. And Google commissioned her to do an animated poetry film, which she was compensated for, and this is Google we're talking about. So again, it was published on a very prominent platform, and now she gets regular work as a freelance animator, and she's below the age of 30, which is tremendous. Another example is a young hip-hop artist who was not getting any work, of course, because no one was performing during COVID. And after participating in Scripts and Bars and releasing a limited EP, he was actually identified by a festival called Music Ibiza here in South Africa. And not only did he perform there, his profile just shot through the roof back home in Zimbabwe. And upon arriving, he was booked for the Jacaranda Music Festival. And at the tender age of 27, he was invited by Oliver Mtukudzi's Black Spirits to share the stage with them. And that in itself is a huge success based on the financial contributions made by all the partners involved. So those are just a few examples of what we managed to achieve.
Yeah. No, thanks so much, because, theory, we can talk about creative economy. We need to commercialize. And this is what Brenda tells me every day. I want to commercialize art. Albie and Sylvia, the same questions to both of you, the art and the money. Because there is economic value, but there's also this other intangible value. But we are focusing on the economic. From your experiences, yeah.
Thanks, Farai. When I look back at the program, we started in 2021 with the terms of reference. I remember when you guys sent it out and we had to put this whole program together. And, usually when you've got programs like this, okay, let's develop 25 cultural producers. We're going to put them through an accelerator course and that's where it stays. But what happens after that? How do they apply this? What do they do with this knowledge? And how can they take the sector forward? So that is something that we really looked at when we curated the program for them. So not only were they put in contact with various thought leaders from across the world, and I think at the beginning I mentioned, creating a network of future leaders within them, but they were starting now to connect with Manchester International Festival, that started connecting them with artists in Barbados and artists in Indonesia, creators, producers, which strengthened the network. And then from Common Purpose, the partners, one of the delivery partners, they started connecting these young cultural producers to people outside of the industry. I think Maria Paula said earlier today, we have to look outside the arts and culture sectors, and that's exactly what Common Purpose did. So we got thought leaders, great leaders from Total, the banking industry, various other industries to come and tell these young producers about the challenges that they're facing, how they are leading beyond authority, how they what they've learned about cultural intelligence, which was absolutely fantastic. And that's what we want with the program. And then we place them in the cultural and creative entities. And they took this knowledge and they shared it with the entities, and they were able to capacitate them a little bit and to help them just, as I said, bounce back from COVID. But these young cultural producers did such a great job that a few of them, I think about 5, now have permanent positions within these entities. And all 25 of them have gone back into their communities, and because they've got the stamp of approval from British Council and Business and Arts South Africa and Manchester International Festival, all of a sudden they have agency, they've got a voice, people are listening to them. Now they're not just artists on the periphery. So they're really doing great work within their communities, and their communities are seeing them as leaders, which is exactly what we wanted.
Thanks a lot, Albi, and you are really bringing out sort of, lived realities in terms of reset, get out of the cultural and creative industry and step into other sectors and see the value that you get out of it. And also in the design of our programs, it's also about stepping out of the usual incubator program. Absolutely. But how do you then look at South Africa context and then bring in work placements as part of, in an entrepreneurship program, and somebody makes a decision to say, actually, I'm okay to be formally employed, but also continue doing producing, maybe part-time, I don't know. But these are the, lived realities, the reset that has happened 2020 COVID started and where we are now.
Absolutely.
Sylvia.
Yeah. So just as Brenda said, our programs are advised by evidence-based research. So we did a needs analysis research into the fashion sector needs in Kenya. And it's really interesting. A lot of the feedback from the young designers was like, we're over-motivated, because all these development agencies come and then they ask them, what's the challenge? And then a lot of them will say, we don't have money in our pockets, we can't pay rent, we can't pay our workers. And then somehow, I don't know how that is lost in translation, and then the development agencies then decide, okay, you know what, you need a 2-day workshop where we serve you tea and mandazi the whole day and motivate you to go forth. And that's what I was really fighting at when I was developing the curriculum for Creative DNA. And we really listened to them, and that's why even the curriculum that we developed was geared towards making them sustainable, making the businesses sustainable beyond just grants. How do you sustain your business beyond free money? Coming back to Creative DNA very specifically, we developed an access to market strategy, and we set up a 1-month pop-up shop for the young fashion designers that after they graduated from the incubator, they were able to take their products and sell them in an actual shop for 1 month. Beyond just making money from their sales, it was very practical, because each designer had to sit and get real-time feedback from their customers, how and learn, point of sale systems and all of that fun stuff. So yes, money is, Brenda, I agree with you, money is extremely important, because beyond the creative process, how do you sustain your business? So that's why we developed the pop-up shop for a month, the online shop with a UK partner, and as I mentioned before, partnership with DHL so that they could ship their products without breaking bank.
Thanks a lot. And Sylvia, your last point in terms of the partnerships, DHL, that's one of the biggest logistical companies globally. And we're going to come back to the partnerships sort of conversation, because I think it's really critical to also share our own lived experiences and to really show the value of partnerships, but also to show how one has to be open-minded and aware of what a partnership or collaboration can do or destroy you. So Brenda, because you love to commercialize, I just want you to close this current conversation on art and money, and with all this evidence in terms of the impact that the projects are doing, from your British Council perspective, what more are you, how are you stretching, this art and money conversation? What do you think should be done more of, and maybe reset actually to do less or to stop?
Two things quickly. Partnership first. I think that it's better for us to go forward together. And so you need to find common ground. And really, it's really about thinking about it more than anything else. There's a mental awareness and a mental space you need to exist in to be able to see the partnerships, because it's not only about cash. And half the time, as artists on the continent, we're kind of driven to always say, look, I need money, I need money, I need money to do my art, I need money to do my work. But I've told people that sometimes don't ask for money, ask for the specific thing you require, even just to build trust. Because that's also something that is still a challenge, And so if you have a bill to pay and you pass that bill on to a partner, with finding the common ground, it builds trust, because maybe that partner has assets in that regard that they can leverage on your behalf. And it's as simple as marketing. So in Nigeria, we do very big ad buying. You understand? So you have billboards, you have newspapers, you have all sorts of things belonging to a brand. And so when you go to them and say, oh, I'm trying to get my idea out there, why don't you just tell them, can I have some space on your billboard? Instead of telling them to give you $10,000 to go and pay for ads. That way you've developed a relationship with them, and it's money that they've already spent. They've already done that. So partnerships, you need to think about it more. In British Council, we're also entertaining in-kind partnerships, looking for opportunities that we can leverage for participants as well, to say, we have this partnership with DHL, for example, in Kenya. Sylvia, can we have a conversation to extend it to South Africa? Can we have a conversation to extend it, to Ghana, to Nigeria? And we can start with that. So we can leverage partnerships very well, because we have a trustworthy brand, and we can stand as the go-between the creative entrepreneur and the business that we are trying to push. So partnerships, vital. And it's something that we're going to be working on extensively, And then opportunities to commercialize. I say this a lot, I admit. Access to market opportunities. It's also a way of partnership, because there are traditional markets that would not have necessarily taken an arts entrepreneur into their space, but there's a way you can phrase it and frame it, and you'll find yourself in a food fair, for example, and you've designed, you've taken fabric on designs from Creative DNA, and you've made a backdrop with it. And you've just, put that designer right in the middle of that food fair, where thousands of people are coming because it's food. So it's really critically thinking about the design of your project and looking for the key intersections. Sometimes you might have to create it, but we're creatives, so the spirit is there. If we push ourselves, we'll find it. But partnerships, yes. Extending what you're doing beyond your current markets, beyond your current audience, looking at places where you haven't thought about it. Let me give you an example. Airlines. If you notice, somehow airlines have become distributors. They've become distributors for music, they've become distributors for film, they've even become distributors for fashion. You have people who want to design their uniforms, you have little things that they put in business class, So there are opportunities, but you need to be creative, imbibe the spirit, and you'll find yourself there.
Okay.
Farai, if I may, I want to give an example, because I absolutely loved what Brenda said about, sometimes you go to a partner and you ask specifically what you need. Because one of the challenges we saw within the Cultural Producers Program was, okay, we've got all of these people and they're national. And most of this program is online. And we're not sure about how we're going to deliver it. Will they be able to have access to data? And we saw this at the top of it, and we thought, what are we going to do about this? And then one of our other partners, Common Purpose, we knew they had a relationship with MTN. So the delivery team was, Common Purpose, please go to MTN. We don't want money. All we're asking for is data. Please just give our participants data. And they did. They gave them data for 6 months. They gave them a lot of data, and it was easy. So I absolutely love that, and I think that is vital. Go in with a point of view, go with critical thinking, and ask for what you want. Love it.
Lovely. Any questions or comments? Madeleine.
Thanks, Farai. Yeah, I think what you were saying, Brenda, about partnerships is so key. And with my Business and Art South Africa hat on, that's something that's very central to our organization. And I love the example that Albie gave in terms of the MTN data. And I was just interested to find out from some of the other panelists if you can share some examples of other in-kind partnerships that you've been able to secure through your networks for your programs. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. So in Kenya, I'll be very specific. Of course, the DHL partnership for logistics. And then we partnered with a co-working space called Kofisi. So they provided a space for us to run the incubator. But beyond that, they provided a discount for all our cohort members for a space where they could work. So yeah, so Kofisi, DHL, and then of course media. It's futile to have all these amazing projects, but then, you know, very little PR and promotion around it. So we've developed some very strong partnership with media houses that have featured these young designers on print, TV, outdoor advertising spaces. So top of my head, I think those are the major partnerships for us.
Can I? Yeah. So we're currently working on a showcase program in Nigeria. And one of the things we've worked on is a media partnership, which is, I think we've kind of cracked that. We've kind of cracked that formula now. And so we do have a budget for media buying, but it's not a big budget. So what we've done is we've offered the budget to a few media companies and say, we have $10. Can you give us something worth 100? You understand? In that way, they don't feel like they've given away all of their assets, you know, without getting something in return. It sounds like a big discount, but what it is really just a partnership where they're like, okay, we'll support the project and we'll give you 25 million slots of whatever it is you require. But, you know, this base fee you've paid pays for the basic logistics, you know. So it's something that I think across the continent, you know, creatives should embrace as a possibility. In-kind partnerships, I think, is a great ace, but it's still underused and quite underrated.
Yeah, we were running the music and literature digital content creation program, so we sought partnerships with radio stations, and we negotiated for a lot of the outputs to be showcased on more than 4 radio stations belonging to one organization, and they gave us nearly 5 days worth of airtime to play the music, play the poetry, and also just bring attention to some of the work we're doing by actually interviewing participants as well as us, the partners. We have a partnership with Alliance Francaise in Harare, and they gave us major discounts on accessing their facilities for showcase events, and that was absolutely helpful.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't know if there's any other question or comment.
Hi, thank you. This is also interesting to hear. And being part of the British Council team, I think we can all agree that sometimes partnerships work, sometimes they don't. You can't force people into a marriage that they don't want to be in. But that's not really my question. I guess now that we've got 3 exciting projects, and it was so great to hear and re-listen to some of the strengths and how the partnerships worked in those respects. My question would rather be, considering, and thank you for Eugene for mentioning the broad range of cultural agencies or cultural relations organizations. We came out of very interesting sessions on cultural diplomacy. So for organizations like ours, the British Council, what's working, what are we doing well? What advice could you give to organizations like ours to do better in terms of facilitating deeper work within the creative economy? Maybe just a thought from each of you.
Should I go? I think that we're doing a lot right. You know, this model of working through partners, I think is fantastic because you're now not cut off from, is this mic working? No, it's not. Hello, okay. So we're doing a lot right. And this model we've moved into where we're delivering through partners, I think is really fantastic because we're not cut off from what's going on granularly on the ground. You know, down to the small guys, we're not cut off from them anymore. The intelligence comes through partners like Sylvia, you know, who knows exactly what this tailor or this fashion designer or whoever is going through. However, there is a small challenge around capacity because we're a big organization. We have rules, we have regulations, and sometimes it could be a barrier. You know, people could be intimidated by your request for proposals when you put them out and they're like, what do they want? Cultural producers, what do you mean cultural producers? Do you want somebody who knows how to make a festival? Is that what you want? Please be clear. You understand? So you get that back. But we're working on this global framework, you know, where we need to be very accessible to everybody. And so sometimes the language can be very limiting because you have this little guy who is with his computer in his room animating, and he's like, what do you mean you want? What do you want exactly? I draw. That's what I do. You understand? So do you want me to draw? So those are the places where we still need to do some work so that we don't stay in a small circle of participants and beneficiaries. We have to be able to extend. So we need to mind the language that we're using, especially when we're trying to find them to come on board, when we're trying to bring them into the fold, you know. So in that regard, yes. But I think that this plan is fantastic and I hope we can keep it up. I hope that we'll be able to find more partners, you know, like the partners we have here, because at a point in time, they're not going to need our help anymore. We're going to have to move on to people who now need our help, you know, and I hope that we'll be able to find them. And if we can't find them now, as we're working with them, we have a scope, a view, to say, look, we want to see more emerging artists. Could you find us some more people that love the music and the literature? Or somebody who has the literature but doesn't have the music. But we have to have a program that is looking at the guy that doesn't even know we exist, you know, and doesn't even realize at the moment that he needs our help. And then we build that pipeline of people and we continue to do that. And the system starts to stimulate itself organically. So that would be one of the things we should look out for.
I'm going to keep this short. I think what makes a successful partnership, and yesterday Prof. Baba referred to it in a different context, but I had to make a note because I thought it was so powerful. Great partnerships are like a mosaic. They don't resemble one another. They complement one another. And I think that is what you want in a partnership is what do you have, what do we have, how can we then create something fantastic when we bring it together. And for me, that's at the essence of a great partnership.
Great. I think the one thing that I would like to see more of, it already exists, but I'd like to see more of it in the future, is more co-authoring of these programs in an inclusive way, because I'm speaking for the niche that I belong to, being the multimedia animation guy. I know that's not a widespread discipline that's being looked into, but I believe there could be more cooperation in designing those kinds of projects with our insight, because from time to time there's a tendency to replicate how it works in countries such as South Africa, where there's a lot more advancement in the field, and say, this is probably going to work for Zimbabwe, or it's going to work for Zambia, which isn't always the case. And not to say it's not happening already, the co-authoring or the joint designing, but I think it can be taken so far that we come up with something that other countries will emulate, and also potentially give us a way of future-proofing other projects from some of the challenges around, you know, the economics and whatever hurdles that we've faced. And I think there's an opportunity there.
Okay. I think I think for me it's very simple. Listen to the participants of your program. I think I've been lucky with Creative DNA not to suck up to British Council, but then a lot of what I've advised the British Council, you guys have followed through. But then in my long experience as a project manager with other projects, I find sometimes donors projecting their biases onto a program instead of really listening to the needs of the beneficiaries. And then in that situation, you find that myself as a creator, I have to shape-shift to fit into whatever expectations the donor has. And I think that really stops creativity in some way, because now suddenly I make skirts, but then because the donor says we need to do something for refugees around, I don't know, T-shirts, then now suddenly just to receive this funding, I need to start making T-shirts. So I think really it's just about listening to what the needs are of the beneficiaries.
Yeah, thank you so much. So because we sit within the cultural relations space and we deliver creative economy programs through partners, we don't deliver directly. I think, Brenda, you mentioned language. And I'm listening and I'm thinking, okay, these words, donors, helping. Yeah, I want an honest reflection, even from the audience, in terms of, even outside the British Council, what does that do or mean when we are working in partnership? Yeah. If it's a partnership, those words, because we throw them out, I will start with maybe my own reflection. Yeah, for me, I feel I'm already less, because you're coming into, I need help, but everyone needs help, yeah? Even the big guys. So just thinking in terms of, the work that we do and even how we relate to the participants on our programs, can we do better? Or what has been the reality also from participants when you share that, these donors, the British Council have come in, how does that, play? Okay.
I come from Nigeria, and you can read about us if you don't know. It's two things. It's two ways. Okay, because I've been on both sides. I've been on the recipient side, and I've been on now the funding investment side. And the truth is, on the beneficiary side, the truth is you want to take as much as you can. That's the truth. You want to. And the moment you crack the code, you have the capacity, you can write the grant, I am going to go for it. You understand? And hopefully use the funds appropriately. Okay. But on this side, like you said, there's a lot of influences. Okay. First of all, as an African representing a British organization, you understand? Sometimes it feels like your loyalties are like, oh, my continent, my people. But you have to remember that the reason why we're intervening is because something went wrong. That's why. Yeah, something went wrong. And, you have to acknowledge that something went wrong. That's the truth. And then with that knowledge in mind, design a program that will not fail, that would not go wrong. So some of the words that you're talking about are, would I say, global standards set up because we need to create a framework so that we're not even also accused of doing the same thing. And we're not also looked at as people that are facilitating the wrong things. So in a way, yes. But I always tell people this. I said, look, the moment you find help, take it. Once you find it, take it and build yourself up. We don't work with the same partner for 20 years. We don't have a 20-year-old partner in our organization. We don't. And we don't have the same projects for more than 5 years. That also goes to show you that there's an intention of development. There is. It's intensive, is intentional. And for that, there's a lot of gratitude on my part, you understand? Because as a beneficiary in the past, it helped my career, irrespective of whatever language was used. The point is the intention. The intention is to help. And if you open your heart to it, and the wonderful thing I love about creatives, they're usually very open, less suspicious, happy to be part of something, happy to join a group. So I think that, ignore this moniker, ignore this word, take the help, but grow so that you can also be the help. You can also do something. So from those two perspectives, that would be my response.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Brenda. And we are really privileged to have you within our team because you bring both worlds. And this is a conversation also having during lunch in terms of even yesterday, we are continuously looking at language. We are continuously redefining ourselves. And from her past, her other life, it's, we look beyond that from her perspective, yeah? And I don't know if that has been the experience of your own experiences as well, to say, look, no matter the language, but I know the intention. I know what I want to get out of it and grow with it.
Our experience in Zimbabwe is we haven't noticed any occasion where words like help or donor has been used, at least when we are carrying out projects with the British Council. I'm very happy to say that. There is an emphasis on words like partnership and support, and that's something that we appreciate a lot. And speaking personally, we find that very empowering because it's a subliminal kind of acknowledgement of our expertise, what we bring to the table. Hopefully, other groups can say the same that aren't as niche as we are. But that's our experience. When it comes to the participants, on the other hand, yes, the finances are, like Brenda said, a very short-lived incentive sometimes, and it burns out really quickly. Where we come from, they call it sweet grant money. That's and yeah, that's a different story. But just to keep it between our relationship and the lead partners, which is in our case the British Council, the jargon or the terminology has been very supportive. I feel like it's been very nurturing of a symbiotic relationship. Yeah.
Thanks. I love that, Eugene. Sweet grant money. My CEO always calls it bar one funding. He says it's that need of, I've got a need right now, I want a bar one. So I give you the money to buy a bar one. But once that bar one is gone, it's done. So what is the sustainability impact? How do we make you now make your own bar one or your own suites? And how do you have agency to do that? So I think funding will always be a problem. People will always need money. But we've had this beautiful conversation of it's not always donors or funding that you need. You need partnerships. You need collaborations. You need people that believe in you. Because that's also an economy. And I think a lot of people really look at like funding, money. I need this amount of money to do this. And once again, Mario Polo said, start with what you have. What do you have? Because that's also an economy. You are the economy. We've had so many, part of our So Creative, we had a range of steamy talks with a lot of thought leaders that did these short, sharp TEDx-style talks. And one of them was Nadia Vasamari, that's the CEO of Moving Into Dance. And she was speaking about you as a currency, the actor, the dancer, the performer, the painter, you as that currency. So sometimes you just need to go in partnership with yourself, right, to actually deliver that product, to get somewhere.
All right. So thanks a lot, in terms of your different perspectives. And also, it is about the context, but what I'm also learning from this is always remain focused on the intention, the objective, the bar one. like, give me the money and I need to go there, and not be stuck in the language that is being used. Yeah. Okay. So this is like partnerships, and one of our key assets as the British Council is we work within a global network, and we've got a huge network which includes the UK, and all these projects you all mentioned about, delivery in partnership, and I just want to sort of understand, the value you see, or the value of working in partnership. For our creative economy programs, the partnership has to be between the local partner and a UK partner. So maybe, Albi, if you can go and share in terms of that value which you see such methodology brings into these programs, your own experience, and then I'll go to Eugene, and then Sylvia, and then Brenda.
I think you can't really measure it, and it is invaluable. The more points of views you get on a single topic, the more you understand the world, and the more you understand your place within that world. And through those partnerships, I think sometimes they throw a mirror onto yourself, into your organization, where they either reflect back or they don't reflect back. And you see, I see something of myself in them, or this is where we aspire to be. But we are moving into a global civilization, right? We are people of the earth. We are moving, there's no more borders. There was a lovely thing of the disappearance of distance that was spoken about as well. And partnerships are valuable. Breaking down those borders just shows you more about humanity, who you are, and that we're all doing the same thing actually, and that we all actually want the same thing. So, yeah, that is my experience. I think it's very esoterical. I hope you're getting what I'm saying. But that's the essence of it. We are all human. We all want the same thing. We all want to do the best. We want to listen. We want to listen to understand. We want to understand to make a difference. So.
That's a really human sort of centered experience, and it's critical because sometimes we tend to focus on the beneficiary or what this program actually did, and we forget that as we are designing, delivering, everything also impacts on us at a human level. Yeah. So opening up to that global network, to that global thinking, and realizing that actually you can be in the UK, you can be in Mexico, you can be in Indonesia, but we all want the same thing. We're talking about the same thing. Even the struggles could be the same. Yeah. Eugene?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to make mine very, I hope it's not too mechanical, but one of the biggest benefits of having a UK partner, in our case, since we produce a lot of content, has been the access to broader audiences or UK audiences to begin with. I'm thinking of, there's a producer in Zimbabwe, a young guy, they're all very young, named Ryan Synth, and one of the pieces he worked on with a poet and an animator found its way to a playlist with our UK-based partner called Represent, which is a radio station out of Brixton. And when that song was played, they got an overwhelming response from UK DJs requesting permission to put that same track on circuit. And for Ryan Synth, who's based in a really small town in Zimbabwe, that was career-changing. And there's no way we could have achieved that without the UK partnership. And there's several examples like that. For example, some of the shorts that we've produced have been showcased at Chichester Film Festival. And again, it helps us chip away at that negative stereotype that, Zimbabweans can't do X, Y, or Z. And I think that's the most beneficial. I spoke earlier about a proof of concept. I think outside of the audiences, there's the collaborative aspect, and just that platform to then put that same proof of concept on a more international, global north kind of stage and change people's perception one bit at a time.
Yeah, market access, changing perceptions, challenging perceptions. Yeah, that audience engagement. If you're closed off and you're not thinking that we're in a global world, then you're losing out on a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Eugene. Sylvia.
Yeah. So for our fashion program, we partnered with a UK organization called Fashion Scout, and that was really helpful. On the more practical stuff, there's something in fashion called trends forecasting that we don't have the capability in East Africa. So that was really helpful because they had experience in that. So that was the more practical stuff. And then, of course, marketing, because some of our digital assets were shown in London Fashion Week digital when there was no physical showcase during COVID. So, of course, that gave a lot of a marketing opportunity to our young designers. And then, of course, just, exchanging of skills, sharpening each other. There are things that don't happen in Kenya, happen in the UK. So just that partnership and, of course, access to markets. We have at least 7 of our 30 designers who have started selling in the UK in different ways, either e-commerce platforms or actual physical shops. So that has been really helpful.
Yeah. Wow, brilliant. Yep, thank you. Yeah, Brenda, I want you to come in and I want you to also just share in terms of all these UK partners that 3 of them have shared. When you are calling out, putting out a call out and you're like UK plus Nigeria partner, is there a thought process in terms of what the role of the UK partner should be at that point, or it is discussed at once an award has been given to a partner to say, okay, now let's formulate what this partnership and roles should look like?
Okay, I want to say 2 things. So I'm going to answer your second question first. So sometimes it's the African partner that finds the UK partner. It's not necessarily, it's not an assigned relationship. It's a built relationship and it's a formed relationship. So because we take our time to do like stakeholder engagement, there are opportunities for local partners and UK partners to meet. And that's where sometimes these relationships are formed. So some of them are organic and some of them are facilitated because we're working in a space that maybe we've not worked before, for example, animation, and so we're looking for the best of the best in terms of technical capacity, and then that's where those relationships, how they happen. So when you're looking at it, sometimes it's from a perspective of technical support, skills, and sometimes it's access to markets. Yes, it's a big audience with foreign currency that will make a difference for participants. So it's a welcome, lovely plan that we have at the British Council. I think it's wonderful. And just to buttress the fact, I want to share a personal story.
Yes.
So as a festival manager who had absolutely no idea what I was doing, I got an opportunity to do a study tour of the Brighton Fringe. And that singular thing changed my entire career, the trajectory of it, what I learned from it, what I did with my festival. So I took a four performance festival after I came back from Brighton, and I turned it into a 103 performance festival in that same year. And I wouldn't have had the guts to do that if I didn't go and see it, experience it, live it in the manner that British Council crafted the program. I was bitching all through the program. I was like, I'm tired. It's hectic. It's tough. But the output was amazing. It was so amazing. The project manager at the time was afraid when I brought the proposal and I said, we're doing 103 events because I came from Brighton and they're doing 1,000 events. So what do you mean I can't do 103? I'm going to do it. And they're like, okay, we'll support you. But they were afraid.
but we did it. And it was just from that experience. Some determination, yes, but from that experience, we were able to stretch the same budget because we didn't ask for more. We took it and we just twisted it around, and it changed the direction of everything I thought I wanted to be and everything I thought I wanted to do. So it's useful. It's useful in every way you can ever think of. Yes, there's technical expertise, but there's also cultural relations that makes a difference to your psyche, makes a difference to the way you're approaching the world, makes a difference to the way you relate and accept things. So yeah.
No, thank you so much. I think let's do a round of applause. This has been an amazing panel. Thank you so much. We have about 3 minutes before we close. I don't know if there are any questions or comments from... Questions, comments? Anyway, no one? Okay. So to close off, I think this has been, it's reality, what they were sharing. There's evidence. You can go online and you can see all this. You can speak to the artists who are being booked in festivals. You can go onto radio, representing radio in UK, listen to the Zimbabwe poets, everything. Fashion DNA, you can, so all this is real. And this is part of the reset. And we need to take time to just celebrate and share the realities of what exactly is happening. So my last sort of question as we're wrapping up, I just want for you to share what next, for the projects, for yourselves, what is the reset, or you have reset enough, if ever there's anything like that.
So to our partners, the plan is a huge focus on access to markets, commercialize the craft, so we're going to be entertaining, listening in, talking about how to do it better. COVID came and it wrecked a lot of things, and the damage is sustained. And we're going to have to do a lot of work to even just to go back to where we were before we now go up. So there's a lot of focus for that. And as we're talking, as we're extending our projects, as we're looking at it, we know that is a big focus for us, as we're going forward. Access to markets globally, not just in the UK, looking for more and more opportunities for, as much as we didn't feel a lot of the physical effects of COVID on the continent, the economic effect of it was much more devastating than in any other area in the world, because of course we didn't have all the stimulus that other people had. So for us and for me, particularly around creative economy at the British Council, there's going to be a big focus to that. Artists need money. They need money to create, and they need money to stay alive. They need money to pay their bills. And for us, creative economy has a mandate to improve livelihoods. It's not just technical talk. If you go to our messaging around creative economy, the focus is to improve livelihoods, create jobs. So that's going to be what we're going to be adding as the reset and refresh going forward. And they can now cascade that into the programs.
Wow. So our organization is really young. We turn 10 next year, I believe. And we've always had a focus on creating new markets, literally. We've got comic book days, which are pop-up markets, things like that. So income for artists has always been a big deal. But the reset, or the one thing that we want to dabble in more, is taking our participants or beneficiaries away from traditional retail and focusing more on passive income, because these are young people that were locked up and working on stuff long before COVID. They self-incarcerated and they were creative all along. But the point is, they developed a lot of rich ideas, a lot of great ideas. And what we want to push for is licensing and passive income through those same ideas, because we understand that they can't compete when it comes to retail. There's no way they can start warehousing and printing and distributing on the scale that the rest of the world is. But the ideas that they can license out and earn income from passively are just as good as the ones being created by the rest of the world. So that's our big push.
I love it.
Let's 1 minute, yeah.
1 minute. I'm going to keep it short. So the Cultural Producers Program has been extremely successful. We are seeing the impact now within the provinces that these cultural producers are going back. Hopefully, ideally, I would like to implement this Cultural Producers Program within the provinces, and then I want to start crossing borders, and I want to take it into Africa. I want to create a network of cultural practitioners, break down the silos, and we were saying access to market, but then we have to start working together. And you know, this collaboration thing, we've been using this word for how long, but truly collaborate, break down those borders, break down those silos, and really create a network for future cultural and creative leaders.
Yeah, I think for the Creative DNA program, I want to see the businesses scale. I keep telling the beneficiaries in the cohort that please don't do more than one incubator, because you find sometimes businesses doing 5 different incubators in a year. What time do you have to work on your business and make money? So I want to see the businesses scale. On a very personal level, I am a beneficiary of the British Council indirectly, because when I started my consulting, it was myself and 2 assistants. And because of the projects that we've been running with British Council, now we're up to 7 employees, providing project management services for the creative industries. So, yeah, I want those businesses to scale just as I have.
Yeah. All right. So thank you, everyone. We have closed the panel. A round of applause for the brilliant panel, and thank you.
Thank you so much. My role here is to just remind you that there's going to be a shuttle that's going to be leaving from here to go to the Javits Centre at the University of Pretoria. It's going to be a mixer. It's going to be a little bit more relaxed than what we've been doing here. It's a chance for you to get to know the colleagues from the conference, and we'd really please like to encourage you to make your way. It's 5:30 now. We are wrapping at 6:30. I know that you've seen my face for the last 2 days, and I'd like Craig Wing to come onto stage. He's going to facilitate and chair the next panel, and I trust, Craig, that you're going to do it in an hour. If you see me anywhere near the stage, it's going to be a hard end. Please may I also ask Craig's panelists to make their way to the stage. We'll start shortly. I'm aware. Thank you. Okay.
Showtime, let's see what happens.
So your mic is hot?
Yeah, cool. Cool.
I misplaced my glasses somewhere. It's in the glass case.
Okay.
I think we were taking all those pictures.
Sorry, I can't help you. I'm just.
No, of course you can't. I have to tell you, I'm hovering. I've lost my glasses and my Bible or something. Okay. I can put on some
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Thank you so much. I'll brief the panel over here. They're going to come. You'll see my frantic emails, etc. We are running behind.
Yeah. I'm going to pray that we can keep ours to 14 minutes. Okay. We just need to script.
Even if you if we could, again, I know it's crazy.
No, we'll stick to our script exactly. We won't divert the chat.
Just
We
leave
can
no
be
questions at
very...
the very end, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Quick one. Last name.
Pane Bianco.
Pane Bianco.
Pane Bianco.
Pane Bianco. Got it.
Rennie Solomon.
Got it over here. Renee Solomon.
Rennie.
Then Louise, you'll go second, and then we'll have a physical panel. Again, because we're running so short, I'll ask for your indulgence. Please can you try and keep your sessions as tightly contained as possible within reason. Obviously, and again, I apologize in advance. Okay? I can't actually
presentation slides are needing to share our screens, or?
Yes, please. Are you able to do that on your side?
Yeah, it should be, as long as you have those preferences.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Could I ask you a favor? As you come in, please can I ask you to please sit this side of the cameras. Please can I ask you, if you're the top final couple of benches over there, please move forward. Please do move forward so we don't feel so far removed from you. Please sit in front of the cameras on this side. There are prizes. No, there's not. In case you're wondering, there are no prizes. I'm joking. Let me not set up false expectations over here. So as you come into the room, please can I ask you to come in front of the cameras. Our esteemed panel over here really wants to see your faces. We want to see your smiles. Hopefully not smell you though. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Please come a little bit closer. That would be amazing as you come into the room. You can stay where you are. You're in front of the cameras. You're good. You're good. You're good. Okay.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair. You were, Madam. You seem delighted.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time, we will be starting in a minute. So please do find your seats. Again, as you come in, please come closer to the front. Please try and not sit behind the camera line in the center over there. Please do come forward. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Please do come forward. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Folks, we're going to get started. As you can see, this conference has been an incredibly insightful one, full of insights, full of information, etc. And of course, when these conferences move on like this, one of the things that we do have a shortage on is time because of the great insights that we've had. As a result of which, we're going to be fast-forwarding and trying to say, well, how do we ensure that we accelerate the time over here while still giving you bang for buck? So my name is Craig Wing. I appreciate the fact that you stayed until the final plenary of the day. Thank you very much for that. From my side, I'm not going to go too far. I think it's more important that you hear from our esteemed panel over here. But really to set the context, in case you're wondering, this is the final plenary session on the creative economy and the digital transformation. Through the course of the various sessions, we've heard around digitalization, the fourth industrial revolution, technology, so on and so forth. But there hasn't been a specific session focused around the confluence of the creative economy and digital transformation. Again, I've got many notes over here, but let's jump straight to the chase. And the point is this. The point is, as we move into a world that's driven by the internet and digitization, digital technologies become more commonplace. And as the author William Gibson says, the future is already here, it's just unevenly distributed. And our panel, both in person and virtually, are going to be sharing with us what that future may look like. So I'm very happy to say that we have got some incredible speakers over here. And so what I've asked them to do is please come on, present one at a time, and then we'll do the rounds of questions at the end, bearing in mind that I've been told by our program director we have got a hard stop at 6:30. So please bear with us. We've got two presentations virtually, and so allow me to first introduce our first presenter, and that's Professor Frank Leon, who is the Associate Dean of Research and Innovation in Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences at Ulster University in Ireland. Now, even though the Springboks lost to the Irish last week, we've still invited the good prof because he's got so much wisdom to share with us. He co-led the Future Screens NI bid to the AHRC Creative Industries Clusters Program, which secured funding of £13 million to support the development of the creative industries in Northern Ireland. I also find in his bio a very interesting piece over here. He's also a composer and researcher with over 200 performances and exhibitions of his work globally, right? And he's going to be presenting to us right now. So thank you very much. Prof. Leons, can you hear us over there? Let's just make sure we can see on screen. I believe you're on mute there, Prof. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we'll unmute you shortly. There we go.
Can you hear me now, yeah?
We can indeed. Thank you very much, Prof. The floor's over to you, please. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Can you see my slides, yeah?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
I'm sharing the screen. Okay, so I'm going to speak to you about a project, Studio Ulster. I'm going to look at how we worked across the academic and industry nexus to deliver economic, social and cultural dividends. So Studio Ulster is a large-scale project developed by my own university, Ulster University in Northern Ireland, in partnership with industry giants Belfast Harbour and a local film promotion government company called Northern Ireland Screen. It's very large scale, it's unique, it's 75,000 square foot building that represents over £75 million worth of investment. It integrates virtual production with traditional film and broadcast. And critically, it's got industry co-sited with leading edge research, development and innovation capability. And you see a couple of images here, and the one on the lower right-hand side is where you see an arrow. That's essentially where the Studio Ulster space is going to be. It's currently in development. So why virtual production? Virtual production is this nexus of where animation meets games, where it meets large-scale film production, green screen, real-time 3D techniques. It's been rapidly adopted across the screen industries. There's a severe lack of capacity in facilities globally, huge demand for these facilities. Massive potential for research, development and innovations because it's such a nascent technological area. It builds on strengths that we already have in Northern Ireland across the university and in the local creative ecosystem. It's got huge potential to cultivate new talent, new skills and mobilise the workforce. It can drive the social and cultural dividend and regeneration. It's got huge potential for foreign direct investment and potential also for growth of the local indigenous network of companies. So it's built on foundations. We've still got a situation where Northern Ireland is a society emerging from conflict. That has resulted over the years in educational underachievement. There's still huge areas of Belfast and Northern Ireland which are termed as socially disadvantaged. We discovered very quickly that creative technologies is a way to engage some of those hard-to-reach communities. And we came up with this strapline in the creative industries as the new heavy industries, given that much of Northern Ireland's economy in the past has been built on heavy industries like shipbuilding, yes, the Titanic was built here, and textiles and so on. So the creative industries are the new heavy industries. We're also building on the massive success of HBO's The Game of Thrones, much of which was shot on location in Northern Ireland, and it contributed 250 odd million to the Northern Ireland economy. We were very fortunate to secure research funding from United Kingdom Research and Innovation of around £13 million to fund the project called Future Screens NI, which has been running for about 4 years, and it has really allowed us to develop this creative ecosystem of over 100 small companies. We're building also on world-leading research in my university in the creative sector in courses that I'll speak to very shortly. Again, all built on the idea that the creative industries in the UK make a massive contribution to the economy. And this data was really only started to become available a number of years ago through a report that was commissioned and chaired by Sir Peter Bazalgette. So it's still the fastest growing sector of the UK economy, contributing in the most recent data that we have 116 billion annually to the UK economy and 1.3 billion annually to our Northern Ireland economy. Critically, we've had to spend a lot of our time engaging with government, as you can imagine. The work can really only be undertaken, particularly in a very high-tech field such as virtual production, with a lot of funding support. So we've lobbied our local government. The Department for the Economy is the department that funds universities, funds research and innovation, to the point where in a very recently published strategy document called the 10X Economy, an economic vision for a decade of innovation, virtual production is named as one of the key technologies that will shape the future of the Northern Ireland economy. As I mentioned, this is a building, I can see it from my window here. It will open in January 2024, but it's a unique facility. We work with industry giants such as Netflix and Universal, Warner, HBO, Disney to design this facility. And it is absolutely unique globally. simply because of the way we have the components organised. We've got very large-scale virtual production studios. We also have motion capture and 3D scanning, all under the one roof, which makes it absolutely unique globally. In our engagement with industry over the past 3, 4, 5 years, as I said, with some of the biggest players on the planet, it's become absolutely clear that it's not enough just to have a shiny, high-tech new facility. The big issue is the lack of talent to manage and run these facilities to produce very, very high-end product and content that's going to work at a high enough quality for these large companies. So at Ulster University, over the past number of years, we developed our Ulster Screen Academy. And that's really essentially a suite of course provision at undergraduate, postgraduate and research levels with these new 3D high-level skills at the core of what we deliver to our students. So as I say, we have courses in animation, games design, screen production, UX, and virtual production is obviously the latest addition, which runs across all of these courses. So what has really attracted some of the major studio players to Northern Ireland is this pipeline of talent and pipeline of skills. And critically, as I mentioned, many of the students who come on to these programs are from what we would conventionally look at as disadvantaged and non-traditional backgrounds, from communities that don't normally access higher education. So that's absolutely critical in developing that social dividend that we talk about in particular. And as I say, most recently, there's a very expensive area to be working in. We've got this idea in the UK of levelling up, where the government are trying to spread the financial support across different regions. And Northern Ireland is one of the regions in the UK. So we've been able to secure very large amounts of money to run these programs and to equip our facilities. So we're working on probably between 90 and 100 million pounds worth of projects at the minute. And some of these, as I say, are very much focused on upskilling the hard to reach people from particular communities in Northern Ireland, but also possibly people who have been working in more conventional areas of the screen industry in Northern Ireland who now need to skill up. And it really is a unique and very fast-moving space. And we've actually facilitated the very first short film to be shot on an LED screen, which is really at the core of virtual production in Northern Ireland. And we're currently working on a number of key bids in order for us to keep moving with this momentum. So I've kind of flown through my presentation there, Craig, just to ensure that we're keeping to time and to maybe create some space for questions, if that's okay.
Thank you. Yes, round of applause. Thank you very much. Prof, thank you so much for your brevity. I really do appreciate that. And for showing us, the possibility, or rather the art of the possible when we communicate across all sectors involving government and local as well as institutional. So thank you very much for that. We'll take questions at the end after we've run through all the presentations. I want to make sure that we have time for all the presenters. We can then go into questions thereafter. Our second presentation now is going to be also a virtual one, and coincidentally, or maybe not coincidentally, rather aligned to that, it's actually Louise Claassen, who is the co-founder of Observatory, where she designs and facilitates innovative learning solutions. She's an executive fellow at Henley Business School and has an MBA from Edinburgh Business School. So it seems like our two virtual speakers are coming from the Northern Hemisphere. Thankfully, we've got the Southern here to represent us on this side as well. She is passionate about the power of immersive and participative models of learning in unleashing creativity and innovative thinking in individuals and teams. Louise is joining us virtually. She's actually giving us her time just before she has to run to the airport. So we thank you in advance for that. And aligned with your presentation, Virtual Reality in Business Education, you're here to present to us virtually. So round of applause for Louise, please, ladies and gentlemen, as she presents to us Virtual Reality in Business Education. Louise.
Thanks so much, Greg. And thank you very much for, frankly, I would love to come visit and see what you're doing on that side of the world. There's a very, very interesting Irish virtual reality social platform called Engage your side of the world too that I think I should swing by while I come to visit what you guys are doing there. But Greg, very much South African, very much African, so, and delighted to be here. And of course what I want to share with you today is this virtual reality on African soil. What we're doing here, what we're exploring here on outside of the world, and I want to share with you the first part of the journey, which has given rise to a second and third part of the journey already, as well as some very, very interesting research questions I think on our side. So let me also be brief. So really, the very first use case that we started to look at from a virtual reality point of view was physical world immersion. Some of you may be familiar with the concept of taking a group of students to visit a different country for different reasons. Of course, as a business school, we work with leaders who often are at that inflection point just before executive leadership, where developing a broader leadership skill set from a business, international business perspective is important, as well as cultural intelligence, etc. And then it really is incredibly valuable to be able to take them and immerse them into different physical settings internationally and regionally. However, these kinds of immersions come with a number of challenges. Firstly, they tend to really be quite expensive.
Apologies, Louisa. Sorry to bother you. Sorry, Louisa. Could I get you just half a second over there? We're just struggling to hear you in the room itself. I'm not sure. Have you got a plug-in microphone, perhaps? Yeah, I'm not too sure if that might make a difference over there. We're also consulting with our tech folks in the room over here. Thank you for turning off your video.
No problem. I did.
You okay?
Yeah? Is this easier for you?
That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Testing on my side.
Perfect. Yeah, happy in the room? Yeah, I'm seeing thumbs up. Thank you, Louisa. Thank you very much for that. Please do continue. Thank you.
And then I seem to be unable to start my video on my side. I'm not sure.
That's perfect. Don't worry. We can go without the video. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, please do carry on. No video is fine. Thank you very much.
Anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you want to just go? Let's just see if we can hear you loud and clear. That's fine. Okay. Let's see here. Louisa, in the interest of time, I'm going to ask the folks in the back, the tech folks in the back. Yeah, folks, sorry. The beauty of hybrid events, so we'll work this on the go, as we say. Louisa, I'm going to ask the gents in the tech room at the top over there to see if they can find a solution in the meantime. But in the interest of time, we're going to shift over to our physical speakers over here, who I'll call up shortly.
Great.
But I'll ask
I'm back with you, I think. And can you hear me?
I can hear you, but again, I think in the interest of time, let's go to the next presentation we're going to have here locally, and then after that we'll come back to see if we can hear you, and we'll go from there, if that's okay. Yeah. So we're going to shift over to one of our local presenters right now, the local presentations. After that, we'll come back to you. In the meantime, I'll ask the tech guys on the top over there just to coordinate with yourself to ensure that it's nice and clear. Again, folks, this is the beauty of hybrid events, and as you can see, we're doing things on the fly here to ensure we optimize the experience for all of us. So we'll come back to Louisa, but we're going to be moving to our third presentation, which is done by Prof. Richard Haynes and Dr. Casper Lita. And by way of introduction, Prof. Richard Haynes is a Professor Emeritus at the School of Economics, Development and Tourism at the Nelson Mandela University. He led the founding team of the South African Cultural Observatory and was its first CEO from 2015 to 2018. So in many respects, we are here because of the leadership of Prof. Haynes. So a round of applause for him, please. Furthermore, he's published on key aspects of the creative and cultural economy and development and industrial policy more widely. He will be joined by Dr. Casper Lita, who completed his PhD in philosophy at the University of the Free State. He's a conflict criminologist, and his work has appeared in The Conversation Africa, and he writes regularly for the Mail and Guardian's Thought Leader column. Prof, Doctor, if you could please come up here. We're going to be presenting from where you are. Please do. And they're going to be presenting on the Badrelard, the metaverse, and the new creative economy, although I'm sure I have not pronounced that correctly. Prof?
Okay, Maria did right. This is going to be a fast-forward presentation. Okay. It's a great privilege for us to be here. The previous sets of speakers in the plenaries and the panels have created a wonderful set of theoretical and practical inputs and touchstones, including looking for means to come to grips with the cultural and creative economy. How do I shift this? Can I? Just
there should be a clicker over here.
Oh, here's right here. Okay, did right here. Okay, right. Okay, basically we're looking at the creative economy and the mutation of Facebook into the metaverse. Dr. Luton and myself thought this kind of mirrored some of the thoughts that Baudrillard and other structuralists had been discussing about culture, creativity, and life more generally. So we look at the forms of the creative economy, we look at the new mediations, and we consider the diversification of financial currency and capital in play. And one shouldn't underestimate the nature of the financial revolution starting in the 70s and the 80s. Gregory Millman's really interesting book, Around the World in Trillion-Dollar Days, The Growth of Derivatives, is not unrelated to what's actually happening, the significant transformation of the creative economy. So profiling the global economy, that's been done. It's been done brilliantly by a whole range of speakers. We have to have some cautions, because sometimes we'll say, a particular country has X percent of its creative economy is this much of the GDP. But we need to look at the growth rate of GDP over time. We need to ask other kinds of questions as well. We also need to look at the kind of discourse we're actually looking at. So we have this floating signifier, and Casper will say something about that. So to us, the creative economy would seem to be both the discourse and a seemingly quantifiable set of economic processes. So in a sense, it's Schrodinger's cat. So we need to look at this because it's a moving target. There's a whole range of trends, and a number of them have been commented by presenters, impacting significantly on what's happening to the creative economy and what's happening to the reproduction of culture. Virtual reality, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, AI, blockchain technology, increasingly with Bitcoin, Ethereum, and others, and of course a somewhat tangential but linked to blockchain, international NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and that's a very particularly interesting growth of that. Okay, sorry, I must just go down. The metaverse. Okay, the renaming of Facebook. I see today that the market capitalization of Facebook has gone down considerably. It's still making multi-billion dollar profits. And if you look at the whole range of subsidiary sets of productions, if you're looking at what's happening in the VR industry, in the AR industry, in extended reality, if you're looking at what the ad agencies are saying in, for example, the Cannes Lions advertising and creative agency get-together, they're saying, we're not quite sure what the metaverse is. We know it's an extension of gaming, but we're going to make sure that our clients are part of it. So people are buying in the metaverse. They're buying Nike, high-priced Nike boots to put on the avatars. McDonald's is going to run fast food shops and so on and so forth. So the metaverse is actually the extension. Now, whether this is hybridity, we don't think it's hybridity. Whether this is a dual economy or a dual life, we don't think so. It's something more complex than that. And hyperreality helps us come to terms with these sorts of developments. And part of this, what's happening, is a massification of the creative economy. And that's growing with the growth of something we take partly into consideration. I quite like it because if you watch football, and particularly in the tabloids, you see the growth of fascination with what the footballers doing. Not only on the pitch, what is Ronaldo doing off the pitch? What is Georgiana doing? And then the most amazing icon is as perceived, GQ number 1, David Beckham. And if you look at David Beckham as a cultural icon, as a sports thing, then you start seeing the transmutation of the area of the world that we kind of think is culture. So it's not culture as we know, it's not creativity as we know, it's transforming. So we need to find some means of grasping it. So the emergence and growth of the creative economy is significant, but it's at a particularly small amount of influences. So there's a shortage of people, the so-called middle class, making it profitable. So only a few people profit. How do we actually deal with that? Migana argues that, in fact, we should be looking at the 99% of people who aren't really, making too much profit, but it's actually in the supply chain around this, of this particular economy where there are significant possibilities. There's a creative power law. There's where some of the people that we know, Joe Rogan, Kylie Jenner, Kim Kardashian, Kanye West, etc. But these are not just, celebrity figures. They're part of our culture. They're part of popular culture. They're very much part of the creative economy, and they're spurring a whole range of other kinds of market-driven developments. And again, if you look at Beckham being one of the pioneers of this, and Victoria Beckham, see what they have done and how they've seen the linkages. Okay. Right. In addition, and part of this whole process is the fracturing of the new creative economy. So identity is not quite what it was. One of the things I find quite interesting is a recent attempt by some of the fandom of J.K. Rowling, given the debates happening around her views on transgender, to dissociate and actually create a new to free Harry Potter, for example, from her particular kind of authorship. So this is not necessarily a new, but this is a growing trend, the fracturing. So not only are you having these kinds of developments happening, but you're also going to be looking increasingly at the impact of artificial intelligence and intellectual property. Because a good deal of the CCIs are predicated on property. We're already starting to see some landmark legal cases happening. So AI was quite happy being controlled by creators, human beings. This is changing. Stephen Hawking's vision may be coming true. So authorship, identity, intellectual property is changing and shifting. So we can talk about the authors, but who really does own that particular product? It's being fractured. This is what we actually think, and this is where we think Baudrillard can give us take. Also, we're arguing, and this I think Department of Arts, Sports, Arts and Culture, I think would like us for this, is that sports is actually very much part of this expanding cultural environment and the creativity and the widening and diversification of the creative economy. And so if you look at sports and you look at the commodification of sport, the creation of your sports stars, your superstars, but you look at other related activities, the emerging of games, sports and media in terms of fantasy sports. If you look at the growth of esports, and you see how these new kinds of markets are interacting, and in fact, particularly if you're looking at American football or Premier League football or IPL, you'll see how the game and the market and the whole range and the whole supply chains linked with this creative economy are intersecting. It's growing, and these are not only spaces for kind of commercial, but increasingly you'll see a whole play of areas for creative work. So fantasy sport, and the growth rates in terms of fantasy sport, esports are staggering. And most of them are run on particular kinds of digital channels. Something's been said about the new tech giants, and they're shifting somewhat. But basically, part of the argument that they accommodate, but they also stifle new forms and artist-driven and creator-driven means of profit and revenue generation, and lead to significant inequalities, both within the current reality and the linked and phasing in of the new virtual metaverse. So and it's not, you don't have to only refer to Piketty. You see a whole range of other writings on this particularly. The question of cultural rights in the digital future is very important as well, because what kinds of practitioners are we creating? And the danger is that creativity is rarefied. It's too wide-ranging. So we need to ask the questions about traditional intellectuals. Said stressed the importance of us hanging on to the notion of traditional, that's Edward Said, on traditional intellectuals, and look at where specific intellectuals come into that. And the other point, just closing, I want to close it quickly so Dr. Litter can move us into border law more directly, is actually we need to be vigilant. We assume that developments such as Web 2, the growth of blockchain, and so on, is going to provide more scope for democratizing opinion, keeping a more open kind of approach to cultural expression. But the argument's already been made about the attenuation of cultural rights, and I know Professor Leslie Bank, and myself, and some colleagues in France have experienced that, particularly when we know that cultural rights doesn't actually get much funding. Cultural participation does, which is really strange. So cultural rights. So the closing point here is to look at the enthusiasm and hope some 8-9 years ago when WikiLeaks was actually promoting all this access to information. Now, what has happened to that information? That information has been closed down. What's happened to Julian Assange? If you look and do a YouTube and see Noam Chomsky's response to it, you'll get the particular picture there. So, if I can pass on to my esteemed colleague.
Thanks, Richard. As I know a little bit about philosophy, I've been asked to give a brief introduction to Baudelaire. And I think the most apt introduction to Baudelaire is perhaps the famous image of Plato's allegory of a cave, in which those images flickering on the wall of a cave is a reflection of the master copies outside. And although Alfred North Whitehead has characterized the whole of a Western philosophical canon as but a serious footnote to Plato, we argue, though, that those images on the cave wall are not a mere serious footnote, but are in fact an important tool in which to explore the world in which we live. I would suggest that one way in which to come to grips with Baudelaire, which is an exceedingly obscure French philosopher of a post-structuralist mold, is to understand how Baudelaire sees the difference between the modern and the postmodern world. For Baudelaire, while modern societies are marked by differentiation, those binary opposites, black and white, male and female, truth and falsehood, postmodern society is characterized by de-differentiation or implosion. So when Putin says the West are Satanists of various genders, that is a modernist statement, because Baudelaire would say that all those distinctions have collapsed within each other or imploded. Baudrillard broke with Marxism to develop an account of postmodern society in which consumer and electric images have become more real, hyperreal, than physical reality, and in which simulations of reality have replaced their originals, leaving only the desert or the real. Now, those of you who are familiar with The Matrix, a film that was produced in 1999, inspired by Baudrillard, the hero says, or actually repeats that famous phrase. As an accomplished photographer, Baudrillard was given his first camera while on a visit in Japan. He contends, and I quote, "Every photographed object is merely the trace left behind by the disappearance of all the rest," unquote. I think it's perhaps apt to refer in this regard to Max Weber, the famous German sociologist who familiarized the idea of the disenchantment of a world in a lecture in 1918. This is more than 100 years ago, in which he claims that science, technology, and the media are increasingly disenchanting the world by making it intellectualized and predictable. And isn't that what science is all about? But that is exactly why myth, religion, and magic have disappeared. Baudrillard claims that contemporary subjects are no longer afflicted with modern pathologies like hysteria and paranoia, but are rather caught up in a state resembling the schizophrenic. The consumer is constantly assaulted by a barrage of images or an over-proximity of disjointed images. Think, for example, of TikTok, that wonderful Chinese invention, in which disjointed images are constantly bombarding the consumer. The realm of a hyperreal, says Baudrillard, media simulations of reality, Disneyland and amusement parks, virtual reality games, and social networking sites are more real than the real, because the real has lost any interest. It has become uninteresting. We have been transformed, accordingly, into wage slaves in order to partake in conspicuous and continuous consumption. Caught up in the universe of simulations, consumers are bathed in media massage without message or meaning. And then, as I said, we believe Baudrillard would reveal important insights into the creative economy reset. And we argue that the shadows on the cave wall in Plato's allegory of a cave have literally overtaken and replaced the master images, but not as a serious footnote to the Western canon, but as a major direction of philosophy itself, perhaps, with a nod to Alfred North Whitehead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Haynes and Dr. Litz, for that. I particularly enjoy how we're living through a live case study. We see Meta's stock price dropping with the layoffs, etc., and it is indeed a living case study that we can all see and participate at the same time. I'm going to shift over to our last set of presentations right now, and we just want to make sure that we have our tech folks working for Louise in the background. But let's come over to our last presentation. The last presentation was brought to us by Dr. Bridget René Sololin. Again, I apologize if I've pronounced it incorrectly, who's an award-winning flutist. Okay. An academic at Stellenbosch University. Her research includes musicians' health, education, health literacy, somatics, sensoromotor training, and performance psychology. So she's going to be joined by Prof. Clorinda Parabianco. Again, I apologize. I hope I got that right. Really have to be very Mediterranean today. Who's an associate professor in the School of the Arts, Music at the University of Pretoria. Her research focuses broadly on optimal performance and health and well-being in the performing arts. A round of applause, please. The ladies are going to be joining, are going to be presenting on establishing a National Performing Arts Health Association for South Africa. Thank you very much. The clicker is...
Hello, everybody. Thank you. I invite you to stop for a minute and to think about a performance or a production of any kind that you've attended recently. Each performer and each person behind the scenes has occupational health and safety needs, just as in any other workplace. Also, their performance and technical health, mental and physical, their injury prevention, and their optimal artistry are all linked. Well, just as the field of sports science serves athletes, we have the field of performing arts health, also sometimes called performance science, for the performing artists. So I am Bridget, and with my colleague Clorinda, we're going to give you a short case study on establishing a National Performing Arts Health Association for South Africa.
So before I start, I'm just really curious, how many of you are performing artists? Oh yes, we do have a couple of you. Wonderful. What is performing arts health? It's an interdisciplinary field specializing in occupational health as well as optimal performance in the performing arts. And it applies to all in the performing arts industry. The two well-known related fields are sports science and sports medicine, occupational health and occupational medicine, and some examples of performing arts health topics include performance psychology, mental, emotional and artistic well-being, performance enhancement, musculoskeletal injury prevention, occupational health and safety, audiological assessment and hearing conservation, and vocal science and vocal health. So just a snapshot of the performing arts we mean. We have such a wonderful range of performing arts in South Africa. So we are advocating for the performing arts across genres and disciplines and all the associated services and personnel in the performing arts.
The occupational health and well-being of performing artists in South Africa is inadequately addressed in policy, research, arts education, and medical training. Consequently, this lack of knowledge and awareness of performing arts health in South Africa has led to a drive for advocacy for the development of the field. The establishment of a National Performing Arts Health Association, underpinned and driven by a focused social impact agenda, is imperative in order to increase awareness, provide education and resources, promote research, develop curricula, and implement dedicated clinical services and health support. Compounded by the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the need for an association advocating for performing artists' health is now more pressing than ever. Furthermore, the association has the potential to support and address policy frameworks such as those from the World Health Organization, UNESCO, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
So a little bit about our background aside from our research. The discussions for forming a collaborative network addressing the health of performing artists needs started at the end of 2017 at the first National Performing Arts Health Symposium in Pretoria, hosted by Professor Karendra de Vroep from UNISA. He's also an established researcher in the field of performance health and passionate about performing arts health, and an incredible saxophonist. A steering committee was then formed, which consisted of 7 members, of which 4 of us are currently still involved. And this is just a snapshot from the 2017 program showing the speakers representing medical and performing arts health field.
This is quite a choreography, isn't it? My appointment as a research fellow and then a postdoctoral researcher at Stellenbosch University in 2019 enabled me to develop and promote the performing arts health field through various research projects, graduate supervision, and also, importantly, having the time to be able to work on SAPAHA. Clarinda and I began our conversations about university musicians' health coursework during this time as well. Importantly, in 2020, we started working together purposefully to further the SAPAHA project, and we were awarded a residential fellowship by the Stellenbosch Institute for Advanced Study, or STIAS, titled Occupational Health and Wellbeing in the Performing Arts in South Africa, the formation of an interdisciplinary performing arts health network led by the universities of Stellenbosch and Pretoria.
So the STIAS Fellowship Award was a major turning point for us, enabling us both some dedicated time and resources to begin our SAPAHA work. On the STIAS website shown here, you will find a video and an article and a summary of our project. And for those of you academics, STIAS is a wonderful residency, amazing venue, very conducive for very stimulating and creative thinking. So to give you a brief overview of our activities in 2021, in February, I'm at the right place. The Executive Committee was legally founded, the South African Performing Arts Health Association, with the EXCO consisting of the President, Vice President, Administrative Officer, and Treasurer. And we are supported by the Working Committee with specific portfolios such as Membership and Health Professions Liaison, Performing Arts Liaison, and Community Engagement. Some of our achievements, essential functional achievements last year, we finalized our name, logo, the Constitution, vision and mission, bank account, which was quite an interesting setup, and basic website. Provisional budgets were also drafted, as well as grant application texts.
Now, what's this all about? What is the purpose here? SAPAHA's vision is to serve as the acknowledged representative body in South Africa for the promotion of health and well-being for all in the performing arts industry. SAPAHA's mission is to create a collaborative network to promote multidisciplinary discourse among health professionals, educators, and all within the performing arts, to promote access to resources for quality healthcare for all within the performing arts, to promote education for health professionals, teachers, students, and all within the performing arts to improve health and well-being, to promote a culture of lifelong preventative healthcare and safety practices for all within the performing arts industry, to promote advocacy for health, well-being, and career sustainability in the performing arts sector, and to promote research across disciplines relevant to the health and well-being of all within the performing arts.
Additional achievements in 2021. Bridget gave input on the Charter of Rights for South African Artists. SAPAHA was invited to participate at the Stand Together South African Arts Summit. 3 SAPAHA committee members attended to contribute to the health and well-being discussion at the summit. A database of interested persons and potential members was collated. Our progress this year include, we actually did quite a bit. We had a receipt of our first founding donation in January, which was a very happy moment for us. Our NPO status was granted in February, and we started an initial phase of social media presence. Portfolios were finalized in March, and our bylaws were finalized and adopted. Bridget gave a plenary presentation at the Performing Arts Medicine Association International Symposium in Chicago in June this year. And we continue to hold formal monthly meetings with our working committee.
Now, it's not all rosy. There are a lot of challenges. First of all, the COVID-19 pandemic. Basically, what we need to say is that the establishment of SAPAHA has taken much longer than we anticipated. The first big factor was COVID. We felt its impact on many levels. And also finances and personnel present a significant challenge. Our financial challenge is like a cart and horse situation. We need membership fees to manage our operational costs and create resources and run projects, but it's challenging to recruit members when there aren't any benefits to provide to the members yet. SAPAHA also requires paid key personnel, such as a financial officer and an administrative officer. We also need role players who are passionate about the field and have experience of NPO work. This is a challenge because the field is new in South Africa. Why is it not going? Oops.
Is it the down button?
What should I do? There we go. Okay. In order to enable interventions specific to our South African context, we need evidence-based research and baseline data. Research must be carried out, for example, needs assessments, prevalence studies, and stakeholder engagements. There is also a lack of clear policy frameworks to support performing artists' occupational health. There is a real need for advocacy, given the general lack of awareness of performing arts health. And of course, the socio-economic issues present challenges. Factors like high unemployment rates and educational inequalities and ongoing systemic challenges, together with the mainly freelance and precarious nature of performing artists' work in a largely unregulated and unstable professional environment. SAPAHA aims to tailor our public service, community engagement and educational and support resources to the specific South African contextual needs and cultural paradigms, addressing social impact and social justice perspectives. Lastly, the healthcare inequality and disparities in South Africa mean that SAPAHA requires very, very careful planning for sustainability and impact. There is also a need for medical and health professionals as key role players amongst us in SAPAHA.
So our current status and next steps for the coming year. An exciting prospect is the development of a proposed Centre for Arts, Health and Performance at Stellenbosch University, led by Bridget. This is a huge step towards acknowledging the importance of performing arts health in our tertiary institutional space. And we envisage that this would be a vital bridging partner for our association.
No pun intended.
Therefore, our next step will be determining SAPAHA's reciprocal links with the planned centre, as well as collaboration from the University of Pretoria. Another step is to take is to have our tax-exempt status application to SARS, which must be finalised. We acknowledge that a targeted membership drive is essential. And we would like to appoint a patron and an ambassador. We also aim to submit a seed funding and grant application for startup costs and specific projects, although I've learned that we need to talk about collaboration. We plan to undertake a needs assessment of the formal and informal performing arts sector, which is currently sorely needed. An important objective is to increase research volume and capacity, and here we acknowledge that there is immense potential for postgraduate scholarship and research projects. We need to think carefully about the development of resources and online presence. We envisage forming partners, for example, with other South African MPOs and international performing arts health associations, such as BAPAM, the British Association for the Performing Arts Medicine, PAMA, the Performing Arts Medicine Association in America, and ASPA, the Australian Society for Performing Arts Healthcare. Our longer-term plan, which doesn't seem that long-term anymore, includes a symposium at the end of next year, late 2023, to officially launch the association.
So, Clorinda and I would like to thank you very much for having us in this plenary today. As you can hear, we are passionate about this field and have been working very hard on this, together with a number of international colleagues who are mentoring us and who are also very keen on supporting us in really bringing a true Global South perspective and all our unique knowledge that we have here. So please do get in touch with us. Thanks for your attendance, and we would love to work together.
And partner with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Rini Salonen and Prof. Panabianco. Specifically the focus around mental health and well-being. And I know that, as the conference draws to the end, a lot of our mental well-being is associated with wine. And I know we stand between you and 1 o'clock. You see, we've got Louisa back over there. Louisa, hopefully we've sorted out our sound issues. Can I ask you to help us? Just very quickly, if at all possible, the key highlights of your presentation and maybe some conclusions, possibly for about 5 minutes. So I'm sorry to rush you, but again, in the interest of time, if we are able. Thank you so much. Please do share with us some of your findings and quick overviews. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll try for 5 minutes. I shall even set an alarm if you give me one tiny second to do that. And I would like to very much share with you something of the virtual reality journey that we've been on since August 2019. I'll do this for 5 minutes. There we go. So I'm part of a business school. And in our environment, what happens is we often take groups of young leaders that are at that point where they make the shift into senior leadership or executive leadership to a different country for purposes of developing their international business skills and cultural intelligence. And those trips are really, really important, but they have some limitations. So they can be expensive. We really can only accommodate 25 or 30 people at a time, so only very few people, really. And then, of course, I'm always concerned about how much people really take in, because, it can be quite overwhelming depending on where you are once you're on the ground. And to my mind, it's really important that from a business perspective, we democratize that process of access to different contexts. Specifically as South Africa, a country tucked away at the southern end of this continent, we really need to understand our place on this continent in the context of things like the South, like the African Continental Free Trade Area, the opportunities it presents, et cetera, et cetera. So that really was the very first use case that sent us looking for something that could help us. And we came across virtual reality, and of course virtual reality has these magical powers, if you like. It has the quality of presence. So when you're in virtual reality, you feel as though you are fully transported to a different space. And it is an incredibly powerful and visceral experience, which means you're not only working from this way upwards, you are really working with somebody's whole entire body when you're working with virtual reality in an immersive learning context. Then, of course, there's embodiment. So where my mind believes I am, my body follows. And so you have these different bodily sensations that follow, and it really only amplifies the way in which we're coding the experiences that we have. Also powerful. And then finally, and probably most profoundly, virtual reality is known as the empathy machine of the emerging technology world. And it really is just that. It allows us to step into the shoes of another. It allows us to step into a different context and experience things from a different perspective. Because unlike sequential film media or 2D film media, there is no frame. You are in the experience. You are part of the experience, and that is really important and incredibly powerful. These are my partners on this particular experience, this particular exploration, and I think the augmentation by technology is a really, really important one. I would think that Baudrillard, sorry, Craig, you and me both. I think he would completely change his mind if he was to be able to step into a virtual reality context. It really is, it's a hyper-reality of sorts for sure, but I think it is that in a very powerful way. The surprise for us, because of course when you start looking for one thing, you come across other very surprising and interesting things, is that virtual reality has itself been on a journey. So it's been around for 30 years. It started off really as a medium in which people were treated for things like post-traumatic stress, also think phobias. So through exposure therapy, your stress response is reduced. But And for a long time, it was a lonely space. You were the only person in virtual reality. And many of the media that we use in virtual reality still is like that. However, that is changing very rapidly. And this is where the metaverse part comes in as well. So when you think about social VR, social virtual reality, it's a space in which one enters at the moment, certainly as an avatar, in many interesting versions of avatar. But it is a connected space. So what's the difference between the Zoom kind of environment and that virtual reality environment? Well, it's kind of profound, actually. So for starters, we still share space. So if you and I were on Zoom together, you might be on my left-hand side, but that doesn't mean that I'm on your right-hand side. All sound is channeled from the front. We don't share space. We don't. These kinds of meetings tend to blend into a mush. We don't memorize them in the way that we do physical world interactions. Virtual world interactions, social virtual world interactions, seem to simulate this kind of experience where you're with each other physically. So there's spatial sound. When you walk away from me, you sound like you walk away from me. When you walk towards me, again, I have that sensation. When you speak to me from my left, that's my sensation. That's how I code it. So we share space. You're to my left, I'm to your right. And that is incredibly powerful. So for our minds and the way in which we code that, we believe that we're there. An example, and this skips forward, but still, we ran a program for a group of young bankers during hard lockdown. They had never met each other. They were recruited during lockdown. And after an event that we had with them in a social virtual environment, specifically called Old Space VR, they reported back to us that they were together for the first time. Not they felt like they were together, they were together for the first time. We observed that their behavior mimicked what would happen in real life. Some of them were chatting together in a group, some of them were off speaking in twos and threes, and that is the really interesting thing about these virtual spaces. So virtual reality is perhaps a bit of a misnomer in some ways. 2 more minutes. Because it does, in fact, allow us to be present in our fullness. Also, I think I would like to emphasize that for us as human beings, especially, and I will be a little bit ageist here, I'm 50, I'm a newly minted tech entrepreneur, so I do fly the flag, but I will say that for younger people, their experience of life is not cast into buckets as though it's physical or digital or virtual. It's a continuum, and I think that this is true also for what we can expect of this new or virtual, this emerging metaverse, virtual world, whatever we want to call it, and that's important from a learning point of view as well. We want that learning to be fluid too, and it becomes a mixture of different media that supports the learning and the learning moment we want to create and that impact in a particularly powerful way. There's a lot here I could tell you about the journey we've been on. It's been very interesting. We've fumbled forward. We've made big mistakes. Those have all been learning moments and very interesting and powerful in their own way. We've had the benefit of an institution that has been exceptionally supportive. We now have 40 Oculus or now MetaQuest 2 devices, which are these ones. The devices in and of themselves are really interesting and really powerful, but I won't stop there. I think what I want to just leave you with is our approach, potentially. The first thing is that if you're going to be engaging with media or technologies of this kind, you have to start by playing. You have to start by playing and exploring. Talking about virtual reality is almost impossible. You really have to have the experience. You really have to be immersed in it. Get a headset, get 2 headsets, start to play, start to explore, because that really is the start of the journey. And that really is how our VR Lab 1, which is our starter experience, our entry-level experience, was born. This is where we bring people together, and over the course of 3 hours, we introduce them to the device itself, how the device is put together. We put them into some starter immersive experiences, and then we take them into some of the experiences that we've created ourselves, such as this particular one with Mylum Wow. It's a film called Sultan Green. It's about AgTech in Kenya, and we now combine this with case studies. So we've developed case studies that now support the immersive learning, which means we can bring this into the class in many, many different ways and provide some very powerful learning. What is interesting for us is the observation that once somebody has experienced something virtually, they code it from a memory perspective in an incredibly powerful way. So they have that very high rate of retention, which means that they work with that knowledge in an interesting way from an assessment point of view down the line as well. The second VR Lab 2 for us is the co-design process. So now that you've been exposed, we've given you an opportunity to start to think, how might we ideate? This is where we ideate together, this is where we design together with our faculty and with our clients. And then the last one is where we prototype and where we work towards execution. So this is how we've structured our process. It's really helpful for us. It's really effective, and it's meant that we've been able to onboard a number of different faculty members that have now taken this medium into their own environments in powerful ways.
Thank you very much, Louisa. Please do wrap up.
No, one moment. Great. I'm going to wrap up. I want to say just this one thing.
Thank you.
The next things that are the things that are now happening for us, that was the start of the journey. The first 3 years, where we're focusing now, immersive cases, as I mentioned, research opportunities, very interesting. We will all at some point be avatars. What does that mean? How do we enter? How do we interact? And how do we exit? And what do we bring back with us from that world and then take back in again? And then, of course, to the previous speaker's point, what does avatar wellness look like? What does metaverse wellness look like? We're interested in that. And then, of course, we very much focus on the opportunities that the metaverse with allied technologies such as Web3, data, Internet of Things, etc., have to offer for us. And VR at work, we're shifting to a place where we will genuinely see distributed teams work together in these devices. That's me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Round of applause. Thank you for that incredible summary. Thank you so much. I loved the phrase you had, VR is the empathy machine of emerging world technology. In the interest of time, let's take 2 questions, if I may, Program Director, very short. If we'll take one from the room, one over here, and then we'll take one from the virtual world. Yes, ma'am, please. Your question, please. Yes.
Okay, I have 2 quick questions.
One, please. We have to go with one.
It will be so quick. The performance, why only performance and not arts broader? And the second is to the business school. In your development of the virtual reality, can you also consider the development of creative entrepreneurs by making it part of your intention to support startup virtual reality organizations based in South Africa or Africa in the development of that process?
Thank you.
While our physical world speaker comes up, if I can quickly comment on my part of this, I would just like to say that, yes, we absolutely do. In fact, what we're building as Observatory, which is the startup that we've created off the back of this, is a very powerful ecosystem that includes startups, other startups, and then specifically also creative entrepreneurs, because the future here is absolutely about the creative economy, and it is absolutely about creatives, and they will absolutely be known for their work because of the way that Web3 works.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bridget.
Yes, thank you very much, Maria Paula. The door is actually still open for that. So that is not totally finalized. What's interesting is that the way that the potential center that we're planning at Stellenbosch University will go is that it will be very, very broad and will include arts for health and health for all artists. So we need to be a bit careful that when we form an NPO, that the NPO has a distinct function, that it can't be broadly applicable and lose its main purpose. But yes, that's a very valid comment, and thank you, and it's noted and it's known.
Thank you very much. At the tech over there, can we see if we've got one question online, if you're able to show me a question online, if there is one. If not, we'll take one more question in the room. 5, 4, 3, 2. Question in the room. Yes, sir. Can you just use your microphone over there? Is it possible to turn that on there? Thank you, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. The Performing Arts, the Health Association, are there any linkages with higher health in Department of Higher Education and Technology?
Sure.
Can you just explain that question? I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
Linkages with?
Linkages with higher health. Higher health. It's sorry. Higher health.
Higher health? Do you mean higher health, higher education health?
Yes, in the Department of Higher Education, yeah.
Yes, so at the moment at Stellenbosch University, I'm in consultation with campus health, with various role players in the Faculty of Health Sciences, Psychology, Psychiatry, Occupational Medicine, and so on. And we would definitely be bringing that whole concept in so that it would be a very integrated area. And both Clarence and I have already started courses at our respective departments in occupational health and well-being for our students. and we are researching the specific needs in the South African context in those health courses for higher education arts students. It's the beginning, and we would love to collaborate with other universities and other performing arts genres so that we can expand that kind of material and curriculum development.
Great, thank you so much. Panel, unfortunately, please, I suspect you will be around. Are you going to be joining us all for some wine later? Please do engage with our speakers and our panelists. How do I wrap this up? Very quickly, from my perspective, thank you so much, panelists, both in person and virtually. I think we stand on the cusp of something amazing, whether it's in the world of technology, whether it's the metaverse, whether it's VR, and more importantly also, it's about saying, well, how do we ensure that we're bringing the partnerships, as we've seen by Studio Ulster, whilst remaining cognitive and ensure that we remain aware that it's about health and well-being as well. So, colleagues, thank you so much. A round of applause, please, for our in-person and virtual panel. Thank you so much. I will hand over to our program director. Thank you very much again, panel. Please do, can I ask you to leave us, and we will now hand back to the program director. Thank you so much.
All right, we are nearly at the end of the conference. I'd just like to say thank you so much for your time and attention over the next 2 days. I'd like to ask Dr. Stella Komalo, who's the DDG at the Department of Sport, Art and Culture, to make her way to the stage to close the conference for us.
I thought you will invite me to come and sit on the couches first. Wow. We're right at the end. And on behalf of the South African government, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, the industry, the people of South Africa, I want to express our earnest gratitude for your participation, those that are physically here and those that are connected online, and your invaluable contribution to the Saco International Conference 2022. The platform that brought us together had over 98 speakers and over 400 key stakeholders engaged in economics, culture, creative industries, humanities, anthropology, sector practitioners, business, academia, and across 18 countries to deliberate and devise solutions to issues facing the creative sector today. In this conference, we had Argentina, Australia, Brazil, the DRC, France, India, Ireland, Italy, Kenya, Malta, Morocco, Rwanda, Switzerland, Turkey, United Kingdom, United States, Zimbabwe, and of course South Africa. With so many countries, this was a meeting of the global community gathered in Tshwane, South Africa, to discuss the current trends, norms, and practices affecting the sector. But it was coming together to foster partnerships, collaborations, and pathways for meaningful collaboration across the sector and the globe to help sustain the ideas and solutions that can help reset this sector. The proposed solutions are about mainstreaming interventions, addressing gaps, needs, and opportunities at the global, regional, and local level. This Saco conference is taking place at a time where the world is coming together to address the challenges facing the world at the time when sustainability is a big issue. Parallel to this conference, there is COP27 taking place as well to discuss strategies aimed at discussing sustainability and address climate change, amongst others. We need to learn from and define new ways to survive and thrive, maintain and sustain, and overall counter inequality with inclusiveness. Over the course of this conference, the delegates engaged in more than 23 sessions and heard, as I said, interventions from 29 speakers or panelists. This has provided a base from which we can start planning the reset together, not in silos. As a community, as collaborators, as creators, and beyond just economic ends, but to achieve our social, cultural, lived ideals for our country, for our industry, sector, and our personal passions, hobbies, and creative expression. This two-day conference would not have been possible without the support of the arts industry and international and media organizations, the British Council, GIZ, Tshwane Tourism, UNTAD, Simerisa there, Gauteng Province, the OECD, the Conversation Africa, the Market Photo Workshop team of students and alumni photographers, South African Creative Industries Incubator, who brought us our exhibition and the welcoming staff at the registration desk, artist Dola Sapeta, Stephen Seck, the South African Heritage Publishers, National Lexicography Units and authors, including Siwela Langeni, Mzamo Mayekiso, Elia Kabo, Danza Consulting, our performers, dancers, musicians, including Billy Monama, who just entertained us during lunch. We could not have done this without the core team of external team members who put this together. Nzinga Kunta, our very efficient program director, Anzo Mode through the Line Agency, strategy advertising, online innovations, Bright Spec Communications, and of course, the CSIR ICC team. I would also need to acknowledge the valiant efforts of the Saco team, which pulled this incredible event and program, led by their executive director, Unati Luchaba, Richard Haynes, Paula Holmes, Tumi Mutsatse. I'm going to pause on the next one and mention her last. Titus, Mboneni, Masilake, Chadwin. And before I say the whole Saco team, I need a round of applause for Amy. I want you to take a bow, Amy, take a bow.
I must invite Paula to do that because there's always someone in the background and I was in the foreground, so I have to invite Paula to stand up as well. And
Come on, take a bow, Saco team. Thank you very much. And I must also thank my own team at the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, who have also, yes, of course, who have also worked tirelessly with Saco to bring this program together. Special thanks to the Saco project manager, Dr. Mpigeleli Mnguni. Hope he's still here. Lisa Combrick. There is Mono. There is Zimasa, Techia, Kate Modimeja, James Nombuso, and Oliswa. Thank you very much, team. Our conference was brought to you by the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture and the South African Cultural Observatory. Saco is hosted by the Nelson Mandela University and its institutional partners, Rhodes University, University of KwaZulu-Natal, University of Fort Hare, whom we also wish to thank. To Saco, we say, keep up the momentum. Thank you. Thank you once again for being part of the Saco International Conference 2022. In South Africa, we've got 11 official languages. And I need to say the thank you in my own language, Siyabonga.
Ola, a young black furniture designer from Cape Town. Ola has always dreamed of connecting his culture to his passion, design. He runs a small business, a successful furniture design micro-enterprise, and employs a few people, mostly women. Ola and his team are part of the cultural and creative industries. You may ask yourself, what are creative industries? Creative industries are businesses and organizations that have creativity at their heart. These include, but are not limited to, architecture, fashion, photography.
Bus available to the Javits Art Gallery. There is a bus available, it's a Tshwane tourism bus if you need a ride. And it can drop you off at the Maslow in Times Square or back here a little bit later around 9:30 p.m. So if you need the bus, please make your way to the bus now.
Track the policies that you have put in place to see how well they've been doing. And around the COVID period, it was also really important to track what was happening to the creative industries and their recovery.